probation for possession of dangerous drugs. You're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. The court appointing you an attorney. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. No weapons, no drugs without a prescription, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license. You got to contact your probation officer within 72 hours and just make sure to read your paperwork for a full list of all release conditions. Okay? All right. Thank you so much. We have Fernando Morales in the courtroom, and then we will have Sarah Heredia.
Fernando Morales, 928-93.
I'm sorry, sir. You gave me your date of birth in Spanish. Do you need an interpreter?
No, 9/20/1993.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, you are here on one matter. Probation violation. It's on your case from 2024. In that case, you're on probation for criminal trespass.
Yes, ma'am.
You're alleged to have violated term 1 of your probation. In that case, term 1 is no new offenses, and that allegation arises out of the alleged incident that occurred on June 8th. Okay, so the court is appointing you an attorney. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. All right. Additional terms of your release are no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license. Contact your PO within 72 hours. Make sure you read the paperwork for a full list. Okay. That concludes your hearing. Thank you.
Will I get released?
So you have this bond amount of $100. If you post that, you'll be released.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sarah Heredia, and then we'll have Rachel Chacon. May I have your name and date of birth?
Sarah Heredia, November 11th, 1990.
All right, so ma'am, you're here on allegations of new offenses. Specifically, they are 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. The court has found that there is probable cause to support each of those allegations, and the court is appointing you an attorney to assist you in this matter. You have a status conference on June 30th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on July 2nd, also at 8:30 a.m. The court is going to release you without a requirement of a bond. All right, so you don't have to post any money to get out. However, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. One of the requirements that you're going to have as a condition of your release is you've got a drug test. Okay, I know that may be difficult, but make sure that you do your best to not use, to get clean, and to comply with the drug testing pending all of your hearing. All right.
Okay.
You have some additional terms of your release, which include no weapons, no possession of any drugs, no driving without a valid license, and make sure, like I said to everyone else, read the paperwork for a full list. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you. That can
Thank you very much.
She didn't call her yet. She didn't call her. No, you're good.
I'm sorry about this. Hi, Officer, this is Commissioner Pacheco calling to refer you in on your affidavit. Hi, I see we're going to serve the information in the affidavit through on hearing complete. Oh, makes sense. Okay, you know what, okay, thank you. So I'm going to just deny this second one and just take his letter with you again and send one in reference to incident with the collision and the error listing. Okay, all right, thank you so much. Okay, all right, I will then deny that one with the spelling Q-U. Wait, I'm sorry, which one did you want to have denied? Mr. Khan, please. And then after that, we'll have Michael Rutledge. Hello, may I have you, as soon as you take your time. Okay. May I have your name and date of birth?
Rachel Chacon, 4/21/86.
Thank you. You're here on one matter. It's an arrest warrant out of the Goodyear Municipal Court. And it's for a case where you're charged with one count of theft and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia. You have an arraignment hearing on July 1st at 1 p.m. That date and time is on your paperwork. The court is releasing you on your own recognizance. You have some other terms of release, though, including you can't go back to the scene of the alleged crime and no contact with the alleged victim, right? Please see your paperwork for a full list. Make sure that you comply with all of the orders. All right, thank you so much. That concludes your hearing. Michael Rutledge.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
My name is Michael Rutledge, 11/21/1997. I'm the second.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You're here on allegations of new offenses.
Yes.
All right. So one count of assault is a Class 3 misdemeanor and one count of disorderly conduct is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The court does find that probable cause exists for the allegations, I see that you didn't fill out a financial affidavit. At the end of the month after you're paid and after you pay all of your bills, do you have enough money left over to hire a private attorney to represent you in this matter?
I'm going to for this matter because I do believe that I will win this matter.
Okay.
So,
All right, so I will not appoint you an attorney.
No, ma'am.
Sounds like
Yes,
you have
ma'am.
that covered.
and I'll be here for sure. I
All right.
can't, yeah.
You have an arraignment hearing on July 6th at
Yes, ma'am.
9 a.m. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
The court is releasing you on your own recognizance.
Right.
Now, I want to let you know, though, there are some terms of release. It's going to be really important for you to abide by
I
them.
understand.
Okay, so
Yes.
no contact with the victim.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't reside in any place that the victim resides, even if it's your place of residence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if it is,
Yes, ma'am.
the court will authorize a one-time civil standby to be conducted by law enforcement for you to go get your stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
These terms may be modified in the future
Right.
by your trial court judge,
Yes, ma'am.
but unless and until those are modified,
Right. Don't do anything.
really important, okay? You
Yes,
don't want
ma'am.
to get into any further issues.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
I agree.
okay,
Yes,
no
ma'am.
victim contact, don't go back
Yes,
to
ma'am.
that residence,
Yes, ma'am.
can't live there, no weapons. Do you
Yes,
understand that?
Understand.
Okay,
Easy.
all right, so I say this over and over, but see the list for the full list
Yes.
of your release terms. Make sure you comply with all of them, get this ironed out, okay?
Thank you so
Great.
much.
Thank you. Okay, great. All right, may I have Jean Cedeno, please? Excuse me. And do I have the interpreter on the line?
Hello?
Hello, do I have an interpreter?
Yes.
Okay, and could I just have your name, please?
Yes. My name is Amesari, Amesary.
All right, thank you. So, may I have your name and date of birth, please?
Okay. ¿Nos puede dar su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Mi nombre es Giancarlo Cedeño, nací en el 2004, el 21 de diciembre.
Giancarlo Cedeño, December 21st, 2004.
All right, so you're here on allegations of new offenses, one count of disorderly conduct, which is a class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of assault, which is a class 3 misdemeanor.
Ok, está aquí bajo alegaciones de nuevos cargos. La primera es conducta desordenada, eso es un crimen menor tipo 2. Y el segundo es agresión, que es un crimen menor tipo 3.
The court has found that probable cause exists to support those allegations, and you have an arraignment hearing on July 6th at 9 a.m.
Ok, la corte está encontrando causa probable para estos cargos y va a tener una fecha de corte, una audiencia en la corte en julio 6 a las 9 de la mañana.
The court is going to release you on your own recognizance, so you're not required to pay any bond, but you have some additional terms of release that are going to be very important.
Okay, la corte lo va a dejar ir bajo su reconocimiento propio, así que no va a tener que pagar fianza, pero hay unos términos y condiciones que va a tener que seguir.
All right, so give me one moment here.
Deme un momento.
I'm sorry. Interpreter, will you let Mr. Kamako know that he's probably very confused because I was just reading out information on a different case. I'm so sorry. Will you please tell him to disregard what I just said?
Ok, señor. Está confundido, lo siento mucho. Estaba leyendo información de un caso distinto. Por favor, descarte todo esto, lo siento.
All right. So the matter that you are being heard on is an allegation of one count of theft of means of transportation. All right. And the court has found that probable cause exists as to that allegation.
Okay. I'm so sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat the charge, please?
Yes. Theft of means of transportation.
Thank you. Ok, ahora la alegación que está en su contra es robo de un método de transportación y ha encontrado causa probable acerca de esto.
Okay. So the court is appointing you an attorney, and these are your court dates. So disregard the previous court date that I mentioned. Your court dates are a status conference on June 30th and a preliminary hearing on July 2nd. Both of those are at 8:30 a.m.
Ok, entonces la corte le ha otorgado un abogado y las fechas de corte son las próximas, no la que le di, sino va a tener una audiencia de estado en junio 30 y una audiencia preliminar en julio 2. Ambas cortes son a las 8:30 de la mañana.
So the court is releasing you and is not requiring a bond. However, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and you'll receive information on how to contact the people at pretrial.
Ok, la corte lo va a dejar ir sin fianza, pero va a estar bajo la supervisión de los servicios de pretrial y le van a darle el número de teléfono a donde va a tener que llamar para mantenerse en comunicación con ellos.
And then please see your paperwork for a full list of your release terms, okay? And that concludes your hearing.
Y va a ver en los papeles los términos y condiciones de dejarlo en libertad, y con esto terminamos la audiencia.
Right? Thank you.
Gracias.
And you may leave the courtroom. Yep, to your left. Thank you. Okay, and thank you so much, Madam Interpreter. You can disconnect. I appreciate it.
Of course, thank you. Thank you for using our services. You have a good one. Bye-bye.
You too. All right, and then may I have Christian Tyndon? All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Yes, Christian Kleinitz, 11/19/2001.
All right, so Mr. Kleindienst, my understanding is that you've already been seen on a fugitive of justice.
My third night
Okay.
in here. I am ready to go to bed.
All right, well, that's good news for me because I haven't done too many of these types of hearings, okay? And I have to go through that whole script with you, all right?
I'm going to sign my waiver so we can get right to it.
Okay,
I'm trying to get back. So
I
can get
understand.
taken care
I'm
of.
going to make it as quick as possible, but I still need to make a record of this, okay?
Okay.
All right, so first off, will you give me your name and date of birth?
Christian Kleinitz, November 19th, 2001.
Okay, fantastic. So you know that a warrant has been issued for your arrest out of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania wants you back on the warrant, right? It sounds like you received the laminated card, but I need to confirm that you did. Did you receive it?
I've been dealing with this case since 2024.
Okay,
I'm
But-
just ready to get over it. I had already got booked here, got sent back, and I bonded out, and I came back. So
All right.
I'm ready to
I
get it over. I have a child on the way, and I need to be there for
okay.
him or her. My
So
girl's
just
on the
hang in there with
phone.
me and answer these questions, okay? So I can get you out of here as quickly as possible. So did you receive a laminated card of information?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read it and did you understand?
Yes.
All right. So you have to make a decision about what you want to do. I know that you already know this, but let me go through this information, okay? So you can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to Pennsylvania within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and the governor's warrant be signed by both the governors of Arizona and Pennsylvania before you're sent back to Pennsylvania. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County for a period of up to 30 days. The 30 days would start running tomorrow, all right? And that would allow for Pennsylvania to come get you. That 30 days, again, like I said, would start tomorrow as long as you don't have any other criminal charges pending against you in Arizona. If you did, for some reason, have any other criminal charges, that 30-day period of time wouldn't start running until those other charges were taken care of. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So if you choose, on the other hand, to have an extradition hearing, I will set one for you. I can't appoint you an attorney because these extradition matters are civil in nature and not criminal. But if you do want me to set an extradition hearing, you are entitled to bail. In this case, I would set your bond in the amount of $125,000, and that would be a secured appearance bond. Okay. If you're unable to post that bond, you would be held in custody during that time.
So it's just the same bond that they gave me just back?
Yeah.
When I get to Pennsylvania, do you know if it's gonna be the same thing?
I don't know.
Okay.
All right. So do you wish to?
I want to waive the rights and get.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So I need to just ask you, do we have that extradition or the waiver of extradition? Okay. So
You're gonna have to sign it first after reading him, the yes or no question.
okay.
And then once he does, you're gonna sign it and then it's gonna populate for him.
All right. Okay. So, all right. Do you understand that you do not have to waive your right to a hearing?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you have the right to hire an attorney and consult with that attorney at your own expense before making this decision?
Yes.
Okay. And do you fully understand that you have the right to have the governors of both states sign a governor's warrant before you're extradited to Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Okay. And do you want to give up these rights and waive your extradition hearing?
Yeah.
Has anyone threatened you to do this?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to do this?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours that would affect your ability to make a decision?
No.
All right. So I find that you've knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver. I will sign it as well. I'm directing the sheriff's office to notice Pennsylvania that you are ready to return. And Pennsylvania.
I didn't sign the waiver last time, and it made the judge over there mad, and he didn't count any of the time that I served here while I didn't
Okay.
reign it.
So
So I
we're
don't want
gonna-
to go through that again.
Right. So we're going to get the paperwork. Okay. All right. All right. Are we all set on?
Okay, so you are going to sign twice. Go ahead and do your signature.
Okay, done.
Go ahead with the second signature.
Done.
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah. That concludes your hearing. All right. And could I have Scott Hansen, please? And then Deputy, before we start this one, could I make sure that we have everyone else cleared, please? Yeah, will you just let me know when we're, okay.
Gallery.
It was affirmed. How do I? I don't know what language. Okay. Bye-bye. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Guy Hansen, date of birth, July 9th, 1975.
All right. So, Mr. Hinton, you're here on allegations of new offenses. Those are 1 count of child abuse is a class 4 felony, 1 count of assault is a class 1 misdemeanor, and 3 counts of disorderly conduct as class 3 misdemeanor. I'm sorry, 3 counts of disorderly conduct. All of those are class 1 misdemeanors. The court has found probable cause exists as to each of those allegations. I didn't have a financial affidavit for you. At the end of the month, after you're paid and after you pay all of your bills, do you have money left over that you can hire and pay for an attorney to represent you in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So the court will appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on June 22nd and a preliminary hearing on June 24th. Both of those are at 8:30 in the morning.
And that is on that paperwork, correct?
It's on the paperwork, yes.
Thank you.
So you're eligible for release. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. Okay. If you post that bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You'll get some paperwork on how to comply with that. All right. You have some other terms of release, and these are really important. You're ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Okay. No contact with the alleged victim for now, right? I understand that the scene of the alleged offense is I believe, your residence.
Yes.
So the court is authorizing a one-time civil standby to be conducted by police so that you can go to gather your belongings for the time being, all right? And an additional term of release is that you can't reside in the same location as your son for now. So all of these release conditions, I realize, will likely be difficult on you, on your family, but they're very important to abide by them up until the point that they are modified. Okay, do you understand those?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to abide by those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Additionally, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license. All right?
All right.
So with a secured appearance bond, you are free to try to work with a bail bondsman, a company to post that bond. That's what a secured appearance bond means. You don't have to have the $2,500 in cash. It's not a cash bond. So you can try to work with one of those agencies. I know that there's a list in the back. And again, if you're released, make sure to comply with pretrial services and then those very important additional terms. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. That concludes your hearing.
Thank you.
All right, so Deputy, my understanding is that Jimmy Duke McGillivray and Glenn Deering are not in the courtroom because they present either a danger to themselves or others. Is that correct? Okay, so we will do those in the jail. For Mr. Gilberry, he is here on a grand jury arrest warrant for one count of misconduct involving weapons, one count of unlawful discharge. The court's appointing an attorney to represent him and setting a arraignment hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. And if he posts that, he will be released to pretrial services. Additional terms of release are in the written paperwork. Glenn Deering is here, also on a grand jury arrest warrant for one count, an indictment of one count of criminal damages of class 5 felony. The court's appointing an attorney and is setting an arraignment hearing for June 23rd. There is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000 and additional terms of release in the paperwork. The court notes that if anything changes after I see these two individuals in the jail, the written orders will reflect the court's final orders. With that, we will go off the record. This is the 2 a.m. initial appearance calendar for June 16th, 2026. Before we begin, I have 2 advisements to read. First, if you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that include the right to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, the right to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defense, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, on the negotiation of a plea, on scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victim rights, please contact the Victim Rights Division at the prosecutor's office. Additionally, the court notes that the orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to this calendar. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your initial appearance. I will be calling each of you individually into the courtroom for your hearings. So please do me a favor and listen out for your name. When I do call your name, please kindly make your way to the center of the courtroom, to the podium. I will also let everyone know who is second in line. And if that person could sit in the chair directly to the left of the doorway, it would be helpful. That's the best way for us to move very efficiently. Once you're in the courtroom, we'll discuss several things. I'll let you know the nature of the matter that you're being seen on. I will let you know whether or not this court can appoint you an attorney at no or little cost to you. I will give you your next court dates, and I will let you know whether or not you are eligible for release. If you are eligible for release, I will go over some of your release terms with you. Very important to note that I will likely go over the most important terms of release, but not all of them. So you have to see your written paperwork for a complete list of all of your release conditions. Right. With that, let's start with Romeo Chavez in the courtroom, and then we'll have Benny Rodriguez up next. You know, will you reprint this one? It has to amend it. I'm so sorry. All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Romeo Chavez, 06092007.
Okay. So you're being seen on allegations of new offenses, specifically one count of discharging a firearm at a residence, which is a Class 2 felony, and 4 counts of discharging a firearm at a non-residential structure, so specifically vehicles. And each one of those counts is a Class 3 felony. You also have 2 allegations of criminal damage, which are Class 6 felonies. Okay, so the court has reviewed the information and has found that probable cause exists as to all of those allegations, and the court has appointed an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on June 22nd and a preliminary hearing on June 25th. Both of those are at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release in this case. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. If you post that bond, you will be released to pretrial services on an ankle monitor, okay? That ankle monitor would be fitted before you left the jail, and at that point, you would be on house arrest. Additionally, yes?
We have to stay up here.
Oh, okay, all right. So let me pause and Do we have counsel for the state present?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is present. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Okay. So Ms. Stetson, I will just backtrack a bit. The court has found probable cause as to all of the allegations. The court was just going over release conditions and is inclined to impose a $50,000 secured appearance bond, along with pretrial services and house arrest. Would you like to make an argument that I will certainly consider?
Yes, Your Honor, the state did submit a written recommendation. The written recommendation was for bond to be set in the amount of $150,000 secured. That request was based on the Form 4, which did indicate that the suspect, along with 4 other suspects, allegedly fired approximately 80 rounds at the victim's residence. Inside the residence, there was 4 people in total, 2 of which were minors, Your Honor. Additionally, the suspects hit, state believed, 4 vehicles, 2 vehicles which belonged to the victims of the residence that was shot at. The state would also note that the state did go on Google Maps prior to appearing at this hearing, Your Honor. This area in which the suspects were shooting at is a very populated area. It is there are houses on both sides of the street. There are houses going up and down a block. There's a Fry's grocery store across the main road from this location. There's also a fire department about a kitty corner from the house, Your Honor. This isn't just a home that the suspects were firing at. This is an area where the potential for damage is significant. So based on that, that is the reason why the state is asking for such a high bond. Additionally, Your Honor, the suspect is also on misdemeanor probation for a failing to disclose a firearm to law enforcement during a traffic stop, Your Honor. The state does believe that the Form 4 went into a little bit of detail about that the suspect was stopped and he stated that he didn't have a firearm on him. However, the law enforcement observed a firearm in plain view on the suspect's person. Additionally, the suspect allegedly tagged the victim's vehicle, and as well as multiple multiple locations at Starlight Park, Your Honor. So this also was alleged to have occurred as a result of a physical altercation between one of the victims and 2 of the suspect's acquaintances, who are also co-defendants in this case. So based on the totality of the circumstances, the state does believe that a high bond is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stetson. Mr. Chavez, that of course was the state's attorney. Because she made a recommendation for release conditions, I would like to give you the opportunity to say anything that you would like me to consider as far as release conditions go. However, I would remind you that you have the right to remain silent. Anything that you would say to me would very likely be used against you. So I would caution you not to say anything about these allegations, but if there is anything outside of these allegations that you would like me to consider when imposing release terms, I will let you have a moment to address those. Is there anything you would like to say? And it's okay if you don't have anything to say.
I don't know what to say.
All right. Well, the state certainly agrees, the court certainly agrees with the state's assessment that these allegations are extraordinarily serious, and the court does deem you at this point to be at a very elevated risk to the community and to the alleged victim. That being said, the court does affirm its previous order of a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. The court does believe that that is a substantial enough bond given the circumstances. So, Mr. Chavez, just to reiterate, you do have that secured appearance bond, and then if you were to post that bond, you would be on house arrest with an ankle monitor, all right? Additionally, you are ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime and not to have any contact in any manner whatsoever with the alleged victim, with any witnesses, and with any co-defendants. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I understand.
Additionally, you are ordered not to possess any weapons. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand.
You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, nor any alcohol. And finally, Mr. Chavez, I would again urge you to make sure that you collect your paperwork, don't lose it, read it top to bottom, because a complete list of your release terms is in that paperwork. You've got to follow each one of them very carefully, okay? That concludes your hearing. You may get your paperwork and may go to your left, get your paperwork from the deputy. And counsel, is there anything else that you would like to add?
No, Your Honor, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, may I have Benny Rodriguez and then Candace Silva? All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
January 20th, 2002, Benny Rodriguez.
Okay, you're here on 3 matters. The first one is an allegation of a new offense. Specifically, that's 1 count of unlawful flight, which is a Class 5 felony. So the court found probable cause and is appointing you an attorney. In this matter, you have a status conference on June 22nd and a preliminary hearing on June 25th. Both of those are at 8:30 in the morning. You're eligible for release in this first matter. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. You have additional release terms. I'm going to go over some of them with you. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license. Your second matter is an alleged probation violation. This is from your criminal case CR 2020-114593. So you're alleged to have violated term 1 of your probation in that matter. Term 1 is no new offenses. So by virtue of that unlawful flight, new allegation, that's where this term 1 violation is coming from, okay? So the court will appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter, and in this matter, you have a violation hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. So in this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. You have additional terms in this case as well. Many of them are similar to the terms that I read in your first case. And finally, your third matter is a second allegation of a probation violation. That's in your criminal case CR 2020-109738. Again, you're alleged to have violated term 1 of your probation in this second probation matter. The court's appointing you an attorney. You have a violation hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. And in this third matter, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. And you have those additional terms of release. So, Mr. Rodriguez, please review your paperwork. Make sure that you comply by all of the release terms on there, okay? That concludes your hearing. Thank you so much. Candace Silva, and then we'll have Naomi Bartley.
That's yours, hold on.
All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Candace Silva, 3484.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Silva, you're here on one matter. It is an arrest warrant that issued when the grand jury handed down an indictment against you. That indictment is charging you with one count of aggravated identity theft, which is a Class 3 felony, and one count of theft is a Class 2 felony. The dates of those offenses are on or between May 18th, 2023 and July 17th, 2024.
Okay.
The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a arraignment hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
You are eligible for release.
Okay.
The court is imposing the following terms. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,800.
Okay.
I'm going to go over some of the additional terms, and those include you are not to return to the scene of any of the alleged crimes. You are not to have any contact with any of the victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. And then I would just caution you, like I have everyone, to make sure to read your paperwork for the full list of release terms.
Okay. So when you say it's secured, does that mean I have to pay something to go leave, or?
Yes. So
can I address something that I don't know if it matters or not? But
well, first off, let me caution you not to make any statements about the allegations, okay?
Okay.
But if there's anything that doesn't have to do with the actual allegations.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any way I've never been here. I was never in trouble prior. I haven't been in trouble since. I'm not a flight risk. I do have a baby at home who breastfeeds. She hasn't ate today, so I'm hoping, because I was at work and I got pulled over on the way home, and I'm just hoping I can be released on my own recognizances so I can leave as soon as possible. I have a job here. I work in pediatrics. I'm not gonna go, and I just need to get home to my children.
Give me just one moment.
Okay. I am also the primary breadwinner, and I have to be at work in the morning.
Ms. Silva, I'm going to ask you to take a seat so that I can pull up some additional information. I'll recall you, okay?
So where do I sit?
So just go back into the little room.
Oh, okay.
Take a seat, okay? All right. May I have Naomi Bartley, and then Raymond Ward will be next.
Raymond Ward. Raymond.
Give me just one moment. On this one, we're going to have to reprint it. Okay. All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Naomi Bartley, March 6, 1970.
Ms. Bartley, you're here on one matter. It is a bench warrant that issued when you failed to appear for your sentencing on your criminal case involving charges of possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia, and false reporting. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a status conference on June 24th at 8:30 a.m. You are eligible for release. The court is imposing a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. You have some additional terms of release, so make sure that you go through your paperwork so that you know all of them. Okay? All right, that concludes your hearing.
Is this my only charge is holding me here?
I'm sorry, say that
Nothing
again.
else is holding me here besides that?
Not that I can see.
So it'll be $1,000 cash bond?
It's not a cash bond, it's a secured appearance bond.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, may I have Raymond Ward and then Mary Najera?
For the third? Okay. Sure. We'll go check.
May I have your name and date of birth?
Raymond Ward, 10-2-04.
Thank you. You're here on two matters. They're both allegations of probation violations. The first one is in your criminal case from 2024. In that case, you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia. You are alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation in that case. The court is appointing an attorney to assist you. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. That's on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $150. Okay, you have some additional terms of release. Those include no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license, and you've got to contact your PO within 72 hours. Okay. The second matter is very similar. It's another probation violation matter. This one is in your criminal case from 2025. You're on probation in that case for unlawful use as means of transportation, and you're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5. So the court's appointing you an attorney in this matter as well. You have the same hearing date in this case. That's June 23rd at 8:30 a.m., and that's written down in your paperwork. In this matter, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250, okay? And you have the same release terms as I went through in the first matter. Just make sure you read through your paperwork for a complete list, okay? All right, thank you. That concludes your hearing. Mary Najera, and then Kendrea Yellowhair. All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Mary Jane Ojeda, 4/11/81.
Thank you so much. All right, you're here on one matter. It is a bench warrant that issued when you failed to appear for a hearing on a criminal case from 2022. That case, you are charged with 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on June 22nd and a preliminary hearing on June 25th. Both of those are at 8:30 in the morning. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. I'm going to go over some of the additional release terms with you. Those are no weapons, no drugs, no driving without a valid license, but make sure to read the full list on your paperwork, okay? Thank you. That concludes your hearing. May I have Kendrea Yellowhair, and then we'll have Manuel Carreno. Hello, may I have your name and date of birth?
Kendrea Yellowhair, 10/6/86.
Okay. You are here on one matter. It is a bench warrant that issued when you failed to appear for a hearing on your 2025 criminal case involving one count of solicitation to commit aggravated assault. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a non-witness violation hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and a disposition hearing also on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you post that bond, you will be released to pretrial services. You'll receive some paperwork on how to contact them. I'm going to go over some of the additional terms of your release with you. Those include don't go back to the scene of the alleged crime and do not have any contact with the alleged victims. Additionally, you're ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs. I would encourage you to read your paperwork for a full list of your release terms. Okay, that concludes your hearing. Thank you so much.
Can I just I don't have any money to pay a bond.
Okay. I understand that, you know, and I'm not unsympathetic to that. When your warrant issued, your trial court judge did request that bond amount for purposes of today. I'm going to affirm that, okay? But again, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. You can certainly discuss this matter with your attorney further, okay?
So I don't have any money to pay a bond?
Okay, if you can't post your bond, then you have to stay here. All right.
Okay, so can I just get days?
No, I'm affirming the bond.
What does that mean?
So you have a bond. I've heard, you know, I've heard what you have to say, and again, I hear you. I understand, but your bond is $500.
I don't have any money to pay it.
Okay, thank you. That concludes your hearing. If you could just step to the left, the deputy will give you your paperwork.
So I'm gonna just stuck here.
You're gonna stand, Joe, get off month today, come on. We're going. Come on, you're gonna go. But I don't know what, we're gonna see your paperwork.
Not that lazy want to go because they don't have.
Just talk about it, Joe, that's your solution.
Manuel Carreno, please, and then Anthony Bellino. Hello, may I have your name and date of birth?
Manuel Carreño, 2594.
All right, you're here on two matters. Both of them are allegations that you violated your probation, okay? The first one is in your criminal case CR 2024-000276. In that case, you're on probation for possession of drug paraphernalia, and you're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5, right? The court is appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a probation, revocation, and possible disposition hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. I'm going to go over some of the additional terms of release with you. They include no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license. You've got to contact your PO within 72 hours. All right. So your second matter is a probation violation allegation in your other criminal case, and that is in CR 2024-131966. So, sir, in that case number, you're on probation again for possession of drug paraphernalia, and you're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5. So the two cases are very similar. The court's appointing an attorney, and you have the same court date on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. in this case as well. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50 in this case, and identical terms of release. Many of them I went over with you in the first case, but see your paperwork for the full list, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you so much. That concludes your hearing. Anthony Bellino, and then we will have Nels Schmid. All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Anthony Bellino, May 15th, 1968.
Thank you, sir. You're here on 3 matters. We'll go through them one by one. The first matter is an allegation of a new offense, specifically 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause and is appointing an attorney to represent you. In this matter, you have a status conference on June 22nd. You have an evidentiary hearing on June 23rd, and you have a preliminary hearing on June 25th. So a lot of court dates, but they're all going to be written down for you in your paperwork. Okay? So, sir, in this matter, you are not eligible for release. The reason for that is because at the time of this alleged offense, which is today or yesterday's date, June 15th, you were on felony release in 2 other cases. So under Arizona law, I must hold you without bond, all right, in this case, okay? But you do have an evidentiary hearing specifically set to discuss this issue of being held non-bond, all right? Okay. So your second matter you're here on a failure to appear arrest warrant. That's in your 2021 criminal case where you are charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. You have a status conference on June 22nd in this case and a preliminary hearing on June 25th. Those dates will be in your paperwork. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. You have some additional release terms pertaining to this case, so make sure you read your paperwork. And finally, you are here on another failure to appear arrest warrant, this issued in your 2026 criminal case. That case, you are charged with 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs. You have an attorney appointed in this third matter, and you have that status conference on June 22nd and the preliminary hearing on June 25th. In this matter, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, and your additional release terms are in your paperwork. Okay? All right. All right. So I know that's a lot of court dates and different release terms for 3 different matters, but all of that's going to be clearly stated in your paperwork. Okay? Thank you. That concludes your hearing. Nels Schmidt, and then we'll have Christopher Sanders.
Yeah, sir.
May I have your name and date of birth?
That's Nell Schmidt, 1986.
Thank you. All right, so you're here on a failure to appear bench warrant that issued in your 2025 criminal case where you're being charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. Court's appointing you an attorney to represent you, and you have a status conference on June 22nd and a preliminary hearing on June 25th. Both of those are at 8:30 in the morning. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you post that bond, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and you'll get paperwork on how to contact them. I'll go over some of your other release terms with you, and those include no weapons and no drugs. Please see your written paperwork for a full list. Thank you so much. So that concludes your hearing. Christopher Sanders, and then we'll have Thornton Tesler. All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Christopher Sanders, 8/15/83.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. You're here on 3 matters. The first matter is an allegation of 2 new offenses. They are 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia and 1 count of refusing to give your true name. And the dates of offense was yesterday, so June 15th. The court has found probable cause as to the obstruction refusal to give your true name, but the court does not find probable cause exists today as to the allegation of drug paraphernalia. That's not to say that you won't ultimately be charged with that, but again, the court is not finding probable cause today. You have a status conference on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on July 6th at 8:30 a.m. In this first matter, sir, you are being released on your own recognizance. The court is not requiring a bond in this first matter. You do have some additional terms of release, so please make sure to read your paperwork. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? He has 2 other matters. Sorry, I just paused for too long, I think. All right. So the other 2 are probation violation allegations. Okay. So we'll go through those one by one. The first one is in your 2024 criminal case where you're on probation for possession of narcotics. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation. You have a probation revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. in this matter. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Okay, and you have some additional terms of release. I'll go over some of them with you, but see your paperwork for a full list. Those are no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license, and you got to contact your PO within 72 hours. All right, and then your third matter, Mr. Sanders, is an alleged probation violation in your other 2024 criminal case. In that case, you're also on probation for possession of narcotic drugs, and you're alleged to have violated the same terms 3, 4, and 5. The attorney that's appointed will also represent you in this matter, and you have the same court hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. In this matter, you also have a $250 secured appearance bond, and you have those additional terms of release that I just went through. Okay, but I know 3 different matters, it gets confusing, but it should all be really clear in the paperwork. Okay, that concludes the hearing. Thank you. All right, Thornton Tesler and then Cameron Scroggins. All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Lawrence Scott, Hester 5590.
All right, so you're here on 1 matter. That matter is allegations as new offenses. So 1 count of shoplift with an artifice, which is a class 4 felony, and then 3 counts of shoplift as class 1 misdemeanors. The court found probable cause as to all of the allegations except for 1 of the counts of shoplift as a class 1 misdemeanor. That's not to say, though, that you won't ultimately be charged with that. The court is appointing you an attorney to represent you, and you have a status conference on July 1st and a preliminary hearing on July 6th. Both of those are at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release. The court is not imposing a bond, although, sir, I seriously considered imposing a bond. You have quite a history of offenses and alleged offenses involving property crimes and shoplifts. And, for the protection of the community, again, the court was seriously considering imposing a bond. In lieu of a bond, the court is releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. However, before you are released, they will put an ankle monitor on you, and you will be under curfew restrictions, okay? And those curfew times and where you're able to go will be set by the pretrial services people. I'm going to go over some of the additional terms with you, which include can't go back to the scene of the alleged crime, any of them. You can't have any contact with any alleged victims. And, make sure that you read your paperwork for a full list, okay? All right, thank you. That concludes your hearing. You can just step over there, get your paperwork from the deputy.
Release? Or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Cameron Scoggins and then Bryson Largo. May I have your name and date of birth?
Cameron Scoggins, 10/18/1984.
Thank you. All right, so you're here on two matters, okay? So the first is a warrant that issued out of the Maryville Justice Court, and that warrant was for failure to pay or otherwise comply with court orders, okay? You have an arraignment hearing in that matter on July 1st at 11 a.m. The Maryville Justice Court did request a $500 bond. However, this court's not going to require a bond, okay? So the court is going to release you on your own recognizance. Just make sure that you show up to that hearing on July 1st. It'll be in your paperwork. Just take care of this, okay? All right. In your second matter, you're here on an allegation of a new offense. One count of driving on a suspended license. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found that probable cause exists as to that allegation, and you have an arraignment hearing in this case on June 30th at 1:30 p.m. So really important is, two cases, two court dates, in two different courts. So just keep those straight. The court is releasing you again on your own recognizance in this matter. You do have some additional terms of release in this case. I would say, of most note is no driving without a valid license.
Okay? Yeah. No, I know nothing outside. I've never did anything outside that ever.
Okay. So just make sure you read your paperwork for the full list, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that concludes your hearing. Thanks so much. Bryson Largo and then Sam Gobe. Hi, may I have your name and date of birth?
Bryson Largo, 12/15/1990.
Okay. So, Mr. Largo, you're here on allegations of new offenses. So one count of assault is a Class 3 misdemeanor and one count of disorderly conduct is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause as to the disorderly conduct allegation, but not as to the assault, okay? So that's not to say that you won't ultimately be charged with assault, but with the limited information that I have today, I'm not finding probable cause as to that allegation. You will have an attorney that will be appointed at your next hearing. You have a arraignment hearing on July 1st at 1 p.m., okay? My understanding is that the alleged victim in this matter is your sister and that the two of you live together. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Got to be honest with you, Mr. Largo. So the court treats, any alleged domestic violence offenses very seriously, and the court did consider imposing some type of a bond. However, it appears from the limited information that I have that perhaps this was a result, or I understand that there was some underlying family issues and the health of a sibling, and there may have been some heightened emotions. So the court is not going to require a bond, and the court will release you on your own recognizance, but there are some really important terms of release that I need to make sure that you understand, okay? So for now, you cannot have any contact with the alleged victim, so with your sister. I know that you live with her, okay? You're going to have to figure out some sort of alternative living arrangement, at least until your next hearing, which is on July 1st. You'll have an opportunity to meet with your attorney, and, it's very possible that your attorney will petition your trial court to amend that order. But for right now, you can't have any contact with the alleged victim, your sister, okay? Do you understand that?
I understand.
Okay. Additionally, you're not to possess any weapons. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. There are other terms of your release, including no drugs, but I want you to make sure that you read the full list, that you don't have any contact with your sister until and unless that court order is lifted at a future date. Just get this squared away with, okay? Okay, that concludes your hearing. Thank you. All right, may I have Sam Gobe and then Zohir Ahmad. All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Sam Gobe, 11/27/02.
Okay. All right, you're here on allegations of 2 new offenses, okay? One count of excessive speed and criminal speeding. It's a class 3 misdemeanor, and 1 count of reckless driving is a class 2 misdemeanor. You have an arraignment hearing in this matter on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. Do you live in the state?
No, Your Honor, that was going to be my question. I asked that to the officer regarding if there was like an online thing that could possibly be done, because I was just here for the weekend to celebrate a friend's birthday. I'm actually currently live in Maryland, and I'm supposed to be leaving within the next few hours soon, well, Wednesday, to go back home. So my question, I was going to actually ask you that if there was a way to do like an online, maybe court date or something, because yeah.
Okay, well, a few things. So, the court considered imposing a bond because the allegation the court feels is serious in terms of the public safety. So other people on the road, and this is at this point just allegations, okay? But ultimately, I see that you don't have a criminal history and that you appeared to be cooperative with with police when you were pulled over. So the court is not going to impose a bond, okay? The court is going to release you on your own recognizance. So even though you live in a different state, you have to take care of this case, okay? So you have the arraignment hearing on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. That's going to be out of the McDowell Mountain Justice Court. I cannot give you authority to appear virtually or otherwise. You're going to have to contact the McDowell Mountain Justice Court and submit a request to do that, okay? Give me 1 minute. Do you understand how important it is to take care of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you understand that if you fail to appear for the July 1st hearing, that a warrant would issue for your arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you gotta either get the permission to appear virtually or you gotta appear, all right, and get this taken care of. Can you reprint this, please? Okay. All right. So you do have some terms of your release, and that includes, don't drive without a valid license. See the paperwork, though, for the full list. Contact the McDowell Justice Court immediately. See what arrangements you can make for the July 1st hearing, but otherwise, just make sure that you attend the hearing and get this taken care of, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That concludes your hearing.
Thank you.
All right, and then may I have Zahira Ahmad, please? Thank you. Do I have the interpreter?
Yeah, please. Rohingya.
Rohingya. Do I have a Rohingya interpreter?
This is the interpreter.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, okay, and could I have your name, please?
Ibrahim.
Okay. All right, and to the defendant, may I please have your name and date of birth, sir?
Ahmed Jakir. जी आनम जकीर अहमद तो our date of birth 01/01/1986.
My name is Zakir Ahmad, January 1st, 1986.
So, sir, you're here on one matter. It's an arrest warrant. It's out of the Santan Justice Court for one count of taking wildlife without a license, which is a misdemeanor.
طيب بس ماني شدود ماني جاكي دوام رس وارن ديا بجانا تو يندا سماني عرفتون شدود جاغرا ورده ماتيا ورده justice coach هذا ماني كانون جاللا كي هو ماني license سراهيان الله بودي وروا بجانا
जी.
All right. So, sir, you have a court hearing on June 30th at 9 a.m. That's written down in your paperwork, as well as the court's location. So just make sure that you attend that hearing and get this taken care of.
طيب تواتو سيجيا كورو فونتاسنيو زيفانيكي جونور 30 تاريخيا نواباديريا هكذا سماني توار حاوسونو دا سماني تاغاوريبو ayarda sumani kuro daga yana moze hati go yore tuatu da sumani gya her da sumani ura huri wo
जी हाँ तारीख क्या है?
जून और 30 तारीख क्या 9 बजे बिना 9 बजे
बिना 9 बजे
जी
ठीक क्या जून 30 तारीख क्या 9 बजे उड़ा उड़ दिरे
so do I to on June 30 at 9 o'clock, right? In the morning?
Yes. So the court is releasing you today. You don't have to pay any bond. You'll be released. Just make sure to attend that court date on June 30th and get this matter taken care of.
Court da sa diya iri dero tomaro wabujana tuatu hono dorno tia diana horre.
जी
Tomaro da su mane iri diya giye iri diwo. तो तुआतुन हाइटी को रे एक पूरा तारीख को मधु उड़ा हुई वो दुआ जीवाने की जून 30 तारीख क्या
জি
উৰা ফুৰিব দোৱা বুজিছ নে তই হেকাৰ আছে
জি
মানে কি কৰা হতে মানে সাজ টাকা কৰিব দোৱা
জি তো আইকান হতা হুসালের অনতি তো আই হাসপাতালতি আর বিবিলে রাইজে টাইম মাঝে ফিন্নি কার বিবি ফার্মাসি তে তোমার আরে পুলিশে যে আগারে আর পথে দুতুদ্দা নাই ইয়া রাতিয়া হবে বললাম মাইয়ে দুতুদ্দা নাই হে টাইম মাঝে আরে হরা মারি লাগছি কেলা এনে দে আরে আর কি গুলি ভাই দে ওরে কি ভাই দে আর গুলি ভাইলে 20 বছর জেল দিয়ে আরিব আর আই গুলি হো দিবে ব্যবহার ন করি আই ন জানি নসি আই হনো দিন গাই ন করি তুই আর কেলা এনে দে রে কোড়ো মধ্যে আইয়া ঘুষালে তো সাইডটি
let me ask you something so we are coming back from the hospital with my wife and my wife is 5 months pregnant so when we are coming back at this time the police arrested me and brought me here I just wanted to know why they brought me here without any crime.
Okay, sir, I understand, and just make sure that you attend that next court date, okay? You can let them know that.
জি বুঝি ভাইজি নি আই কিন্তু তোমার তো হাতি করি ওরে
জি
কোন মধ্যে উড়া ঘুরে দোয়া তোমার তো জীবনে কি 30 তারিখ কার দিয়ে দিব হিবা মধ্যে উঠে হওয়ার দোয়া
জি জি 30 তারিখে 9 বাজায় তুই
Thank you. That concludes your hearing.
To come on June 8th, 9 o'clock, right?
June 30th. I'm sorry. June 30th at 9 a.m. and that is in your paperwork. Okay. All right. Thank you. That concludes your hearing.
June 30 তারিখে 9 বাজে দিব বুঝছো না এই বলে তোমার কাগজ রাম করিব দোয়া
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Interpreter. You can disconnect.
You are very welcome. Thank you for using our service and have a great.
Thank you. Okay, could I please have Candace Silva and then Oi White?
Yes.
All right, so Ms. Silva, will you please state your name one more time?
Yeah, Candace Silva.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Silva, I was able to look at your criminal history. I could verify that you don't have a criminal history. You seem to have ties to the community, including, I know that you have self-reported being employed for the last 2 years at a local business. So the court will reduce that secured appearance bond from $1,800 to $1,000. Okay.
So what does that? What I don't know what a secured. What does that mean?
That means that you can work with a bond company. Okay. So I believe that they require 10% or 20% in a fee. You can. Okay.
Like what do you do as I mean.
Like you don't make payments on it, like cars.
What if the car's in my name though?
So those are all questions that you would talk with those companies with. Okay.
So how do I get out of here so I can go to my baby though?
So you either post the bond.
Okay.
Or you post the bond yourself, or you contact one of those companies. They have a list in the back of, companies and numbers that you can call. You can try to work something out with them, okay?
But if I have $1,000, I just pay it? Is that what that is?
So yes, you can do that, or you can work with a bonds company, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so then additionally, you do have additional terms of release, including can't go back to any scenes of any alleged crimes, no contact with any alleged victims or any witnesses, no drugs, no driving without a valid license, okay? Okay, just give me 1 second. Can you reprint that?
So can I like pay the $1,000 right now, or how does that?
You should be able to, but all of that you need to work with them.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Does that paperwork have the $1,000 bond on it? Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, and so someone will talk to me about it up there, right? The next step?
Yeah.
Got
I
it.
believe so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then may I have Mr. White, please? All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Excuse me, Oye White, 21076.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so you're here on Wood Matter. Bear with me, okay? I have a bit to go through with you.
Yeah.
Because this is a warrant out of Florida, okay? So you're considered a fugitive of justice. So I have this script to go through with you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, okay. So, warrant for your arrest is issued out of Florida, and Florida wants you back, okay, in the state to clear that up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when you're in there, you should have been provided with a laminated card of information. Did you get that?
I've seen that, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you read it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to go over that information with you, okay? You basically have to decide how you want to handle this, okay? You have two choices.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, okay? And if you waive your right to contest the extradition, you would be sent back to Florida within 30 days.
Okay.
So that 30 days would start running tomorrow, okay? Unless you have other outstanding charges in Arizona. If you had that, for conversation's sake, then that 30 days would be told. It wouldn't start to run until you cleared up those other issues, okay?
Right. Yes, ma'am.
For that 30 days, you would be held without a bond, okay? And then Florida has 30 days to basically come and get you, transport you back to Florida, okay? So that's one option. The second option is to say, I want to exercise my right to contest being extradited back to Florida without the governors from both states signing a governor's warrant, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you were to say, I don't want to waive my right to contest, I want to contest, then I would set a hearing, okay?
All right.
An extradition hearing for you, and I would be able at that point to set a bond, okay?
Okay.
Your bond in this matter would be a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000, all right? So you would have a hearing date in the future. I wouldn't be able to appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are actually civil in nature, not criminal. However, I have heard that there is a public defender that is available potentially to answer general questions at extradition hearings. But again, you wouldn't have an attorney appointed to you. You could, however, hire an attorney to consult with and to represent you at your own cost. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, so those are your two choices. Okay, do you understand your two choices?
To a degree, all right. The second choice, as far as me having an attorney to fight the matter of me being extradited back, I have an attorney hired already. Now, I don't know what's going on with the last court date, because the previous court date, I did have a Zoom. Okay, now the last court date, obviously something happened. They put the warrant out, and by time I, got notice of the warrant, I really didn't know I had a warrant. I haven't heard from my lawyer. So I can't pressure them no more than the state of Florida pressuring me. So I have a attorney paid, and I haven't spoke with him. I don't know what's going on with the case. I know that the violent part of the case they were trying to throw out and have me sign for a lesser charge, which was the whole mess up with the whole case. That's why I have a lawyer. That's why I'm actually fighting it. So to that part, I do understand. As far as, but I'm not sure about how long I have to stay here to wait for that extraditing hearing.
So if you wanted to have the hearing, the hearing would be scheduled for June 29th at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
Okay. And you would have a security appearance bond in the amount of $10,000.
Okay.
Okay. So that's option number one, is to not waive that hearing, to have that hearing, to have release conditions on that, to go to the hearing, to, consult with your attorney at your own cost, and then decide what to do at this hearing. Or today you could say, I want to waive that hearing and that process, and I will just agree to be extradited.
Yeah, and no, I don't want to do that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So what we will do is I am going to indicate on here that you are not waiving your rights. Okay. So that just, that hearing will be on June 29th at 1:30 p.m. That will be on your paperwork. You're going to have just give me 1 second, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you have a security appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime in Florida, okay? No contact with any alleged victim or victims, or complainants or witnesses, or arresting officers, or any potential co-defendants, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You're ordered not to possess any weapons and no drugs. You're also ordered not to drive without a valid license.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Ordered not to leave the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So you have these release conditions, and your next hearing, I'm going to print this out for you right now.
That's like in 2 weeks, right?
It's, I think it's exactly in 2 weeks, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so all right, so that concludes your hearing. We're going to get your paperwork to you, but you can go ahead and take a seat, okay? All right, thanks so much. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm being told that for Corey Jones, Murdasha Smith, and Ashley Kissam, all three of those individuals could not be transported into the courtroom because they were combative and presented a risk to themselves or others. For Corey Jones, Corey Jones is here on a bench warrant for a criminal damage case out of White Tank Justice Court. An attorney will be appointed at the next hearing, which is on June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. The court is imposing a $1,500 secured appearance bond. The court notes that this warrant was for a domestic violence incident, and when the defendant was arrested, was allegedly involved in a separate domestic violence incident. Additional terms include no contact with the victim, not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no drugs, and a complete list of release conditions is on the paperwork. Murdasha Smith is here on an allegation of a new offense, criminal damage, a class 6 felony. The court did not find probable cause as to this allegation. There's a status conference on July 1st and a preliminary hearing on July 6th. Ashley Kissam is here on allegations of new offenses, 3 counts of aggravated assault. It's class 6 felonies. 1 count of resisting arrest, class 6 felony. 1 count of disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause. There's not enough information to determine indigency for the purpose of appointing an attorney. Future court dates are a status conference on July 1st and a preliminary hearing on July 6th. And the court is releasing this defendant to pretrial services. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, and a full list of release terms is in the paperwork. The court notes that if anything changes after I meet with these defendants in the jail, the written orders reflect the court's final orders. We will go off the record.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay. Thank you. This is the 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar for June 16th, 2026. Before we begin, I have two advisements to read. First, if you are the victim of a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to decide whether or not to be interviewed by the defense, the right to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, on the negotiation of a plea, on scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victims Division at the prosecutor's office. Additionally, the court notes that the orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to this calendar. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your initial appearance. I will call each of you individually into the courtroom for your hearing. So please kindly listen out for your name to be called. When you do hear your name, make your way to the center of the courtroom to the podium. I will also let everyone know who is second in line, and if that person could please take a seat in the chair directly to the left of the doorway. That will make everything as efficient as it possibly can be. So with that, may I please have Jason Fink in the courtroom, and could I have Kevin Mears to the chair by the doorway? All right, Mr. Fink, could I please have your name and date of birth?
Jason Fink, 6/16/77.
Thank you. And counsel, do I have you?
Yes, Ben Green appearing on behalf of Mr. Fink. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, so Mr. Fink, I have you here on one matter. It is an allegation of a new offense. It's one count of the fraudulent use of a credit card, which is a Class 5 felony. Counsel, I am inclined to find probable cause as to this allegation. Do you want to make any statement or argument regarding probable cause?
Your Honor, just briefly, I reviewed the Form 4. I was it was questionable about the charges during a 6-month period. That wasn't really delineated that I saw in the Form 4 above $1,000. They did have an amount of roughly $3,000, but it wasn't clear to me because the statute requires some evidence that there was a delineation of charges within 6 months over $1,000. So I'll leave it at that and let you decide whether that's relevant or not. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel, and I certainly appreciate that argument. However, the court is going to find probable cause as to this allegation. You already have counsel. So you have a status conference on July 1st, at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on July 6th, also at 8:30 a.m.
The state is also present on this.
I'm so sorry. Counsel, would you make your appearance?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Ms. Stetson. Okay. All right. So before the court addresses release conditions, Ms. Stetson, would you like to make any argument regarding release conditions?
Your Honor, the state did submit a written recommendation, which was just standard conditions, no returning to the scene of the incident, no weapons, no drugs or alcohol. Any other conditions Your Honor sees as necessary. The state did request a bond be set in the amount of $5,000 secured. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stetson. And Mr. Green, would you like to make argument?
Yes, Your Honor, I did put in my motion that Mr. Fink has no criminal history. He's married, he has 3 children. He had this job for 23 years. And there's some questions about whether or not these charges all are theft related. There were purchases that were made on behalf of some of his employees as bonuses. That being said, he lost his job, but he does have strong ties to the community. He owns his home. His wife has a good job here. He's not going anywhere. So we'd ask the court to set the least onerous conditions. $5,000 bond only hurts him in having funds to use for counsel and to pay for his children while he's looking for a new job, pay for his home expenses. He's not a flight risk. We'd ask that he be released OR or at the very least to pretrial services. And there's no allegations of any substance abuse, anything of that nature. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you to both counsel. Mr. Fink, you are eligible for release, and the court is going to impose the following conditions. So the court is releasing you on your own recognizance. I'm going to go over some of the specific terms of your release, but likely not all of them. So make sure that you read your paperwork for the complete list, okay? So you're ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. So, by that, your former place of employment, no contact with the alleged victim, any complainants or any arresting officers, and there are some other additional terms, so make sure you read your paperwork, okay?
Thank you.
Would either counsel like to add anything?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor, and good to see everyone this morning. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me appear virtually. Mr. Fink, I'll talk to you when you get released, and I'll be in touch with your wife this morning, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Fink, that concludes your hearing. You may get your paperwork. And then, Ms. Stetson, are you staying on the line for any other hearings?
Your Honor, the state wasn't anticipating appearing on anything else. State is happy to stick around if Your Honor needs or wants the state to be present on any other case.
I appreciate the offer, Ms. Stetson. That's okay. Thank you for, your appearances all last night. So I will let you go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Okay. All right. Could I have Kevin Maris in the courtroom and then Richard Paz in the chair, please? All right. May I have your name and date of birth?
Kevin Merce, April 23rd, 2004.
All right. So, Mr. Merce, you are here on allegations of new offenses. Just give me one moment. So those allegations are 2 counts of aggravated assault. Those are class 4 felonies. 1 count of kidnapping is a class 2 felony. 1 count of disorderly conduct with a weapon is a class 6 felony, and 1 count of disorderly conduct is a class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found that probable cause exists for all of those allegations, and the court is appointing an attorney to assist you in this matter. You have a status conference on June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on June 25th, also at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. The court is imposing the following release terms. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $75,000. If you post that bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You will be on house arrest with an ankle monitor. That ankle monitor would be installed on your person before you were released from jail. You have other very important release terms. You're ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, okay? You're also ordered not to reside at the same location as the alleged victim. If the scene of the crime is your place of residence, the court will allow and authorize a one-time civil standby to be conducted by police for you to retrieve your personal belongings. Aside from that, you cannot go back to that alleged scene of the crime. Additionally, you're ordered not to possess any weapons whatsoever, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license, and make sure that you consult your paperwork for a full list of every single release term.
Can you say that last one more time?
Yes, so make sure, so I went over most of your release terms with you, and certainly the most important ones, but make sure that you read your paperwork for a full list, okay? All right, that concludes your hearing. Thank you. Richard Paz, and then David Nellison. Give me just 1 second.
Yes, that's okay. Thank you, Rami.
All right, please state your name and date of birth.
My name is Richard Paez, and my birthday is 9/16/1982.
Thank you. You're here on allegations of new offenses, specifically 1 count of aggravated assault, a class 6 felony, 1 count of criminal damage, a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of violating a court order, a class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause as to all of those allegations except for the criminal damage. That's not to say that you won't ultimately be charged with that. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on June 25th, also at 8:30 a.m. You are eligible for release in this matter. The court is imposing a $20,000 secured appearance bond.
Okay.
If you post that bond and are released, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services with an ankle monitor that will be installed before you're released from jail. You'll have curfew restrictions. The times of that curfew will be determined by the pretrial services officers. You have additional terms of release. I'm going to go over some of them with you. You're not to have any contact whatsoever in any form with the alleged victim. You're also not to have any contact with any complainants or witnesses. You are ordered not to reside in the same location as the alleged victim.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You currently do reside with the alleged victim. The court will authorize a one-time civil standby to be conducted by police for you to gather your personal belongings. Additionally, you're ordered not to possess any weapons, no drugs, and no alcohol. And please make sure that you read through your paperwork for a full list of the release conditions.
Okay.
All right. That
Yeah.
concludes your hearing.
A quick question.
Yes.
So the $20,000 bond, would that have to be all cash, or is it 10% of the bond?
So you can work with a bonds company, and they typically require a 10% down payment in fees. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. David Nellison, and then Reneel Calvin. May I have your name and date of birth?
David Nellison, July 27th, 1997.
Thank you. All right, so you're here on two matters. I'm going to start with the newest matter. It's an allegation of a new offenses. So specifically, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, one count of possession of dangerous drugs, and one count of possession of dangerous drugs for sale. One count of possession of narcotic drugs, one count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, and one count of resisting arrest. The court has found that probable cause exists for all of these allegations and is appointing you an attorney. You have a status conference on June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on June 25th, also at 8:30 a.m. Give me one moment. You know, I'm so sorry, but we have to reprint this one. Just edit it. All right, I'm so sorry about that. You are eligible for release, okay? The court is imposing the following terms. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you post that bond, you will be released to pretrial services, and you will have to abide by a curfew and an ankle monitor. All right, that ankle monitor would be installed before you were released from the jail. I'm going to go over some of the additional terms with you, but make sure that you read your paperwork for a full list. Some of those terms include no weapons, no drugs. Okay. And so this second one is going to be a reprint as well. All right, so the second one is an alleged probation violation. That's in your criminal case, CR 2024-126551. In that case, you're on probation for attempted possession for sale. You're alleged to have violated term one. Term one is no new offenses. So by virtue of that new allegation that I just went over, that's where the term one violation comes from. Court's appointing you an attorney. In this case, you have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release in this case as well. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. I'm going to go over some of the terms of your release. In this case, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. You got to contact your PO within 72 hours. Make sure you read the paperwork for a full list, okay? That concludes your hearing. Thank you.
Fine. Paperwork.
Renelle Calvin, and then Thomas Snyder. Good morning. May I have your name and date of birth?
Renell Calvin, 05/03/2005.
Okay. So, sir, you're here on allegations of new offenses. They are 3 counts of disorderly conduct with a weapon. Those are class 6 felonies. 1 count of aggravated assault with a weapon, a class 3 felony, and 1 count of misdemeanor assault. It's a class 3 misdemeanor. So the court has found probable cause as to all of the allegations except for the allegation of aggravated assault. It's a class 3 felony. That's not to say that you won't ultimately be charged with that, but with the limited information that I have right now, I'm not finding probable cause as to that allegation. The court is appointing you an attorney. You have a status conference on June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on June 25th, also at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. Okay, if you post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll get an envelope of information. You've got to contact pretrial services immediately and comply with their directive. All right, I'm going to go over some of the other release conditions with you, but make sure that you read your paperwork. You're ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, okay? If that is your place of residence, is that your place of residence? Okay. So that order still stands, but the court will authorize a one-time civil standby to be completed by law enforcement for you to get your personal belongings, okay? So you can't go back there. You can't live there. You can't live in any location with any of the alleged victims. You know, that order may be modified in the future, but unless and until that is modified, you have to comply with these orders, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Additionally, you're not to have any contact with any alleged victims or witnesses. Do you understand that? Okay. The court is ordering you not to possess any weapons, any type of weapon. Do you understand that, and do you agree to abide by that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No drugs and no alcohol. And again, just make sure to consult the full list of release conditions, okay? Okay, that concludes your hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Snyder and then Christina Wood. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Yes, Thomas Snyder, 11/29/77.
Thank you. All right, so you're here on 2 matters. The first matter is a warrant out of Gila County, okay? And that's on a case involving 3 charges, 1 disorderly conduct, 1 assault, 1 threatening and intimidating. You will have an attorney appointed for you at your next court hearing, which is going to be an arraignment hearing on June 19th at 8:30 a.m. Mm-hmm. You're eligible for relief in this case. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. I'm going to go over some of the other release conditions with you, but make sure to read the full list in your paperwork. You're ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Okay, you're also ordered not to reside at the same location as any alleged victim. All right, so if you need, the court will authorize a one-time civil standby if you happen to live with the alleged victim or at the scene of the alleged crime. The court will authorize a one-time civil standby to be conducted by law enforcement for you to gather your personal belongings. Other than that, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You are not to have any contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, you are not to possess any weapons, nor any drugs or alcohol. Okay?
Good.
All right, in your second matter, you're here on a failure to appear bench warrant that's out of Maricopa County in your 2025 criminal case. That case, you have 2 counts of aggravated DUI, both as class 4 felonies in that case, okay? The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have an arraignment hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. The court is imposing a secured appearance bond in the amount of $3,000. Right. So in this case, if you post that bond and are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll receive information on how to contact them. You've got to contact them ASAP and comply with all of their directives. I'm going to go over some of the release conditions in this case. No drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes.
I have questions on the first one. I had a bond on it. Is that bond going to be released now? Or when I go to, is there a pretrial service on that one?
There's no pretrial services on that one because it's out of a different county, but you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000.
That will be released when?
I don't know. What do you mean it will be released when?
The bond, so got the $1,000 that got paid for it to get released up there.
Well,
there was a bond that I already paid when I saw the first judge there.
Okay. Well, they're requesting another bond in the amount of $1,000. So I don't know what happened with the initial bond or what will happen with it. But as of now, this court is imposing a $1,000 bond.
So how do I get the other $1,000 bond? Because
you'll have to contact Gila County. Okay. All right.
And then on the second matter, can you briefly go over that one again real quick?
Of course. All right, so let's see. In Maricopa County, you have a pending case.
Okay, I'm sorry, excuse me, but I have an attorney. I should have an attorney on that. Charlie Nagley. Is it not showing up on there? Because I talked to him last night, and he said I was supposed to have an 8 o'clock hearing that he was going to be at.
I don't know anything about an 8 o'clock hearing. He may have thought this would be at the 8 a.m. on the 8 a.m. calendar.
Okay.
So.
But it's not showing I have an attorney on there? Because he said that the court would appoint one, and he is my attorney.
Okay, and he's your court-appointed attorney?
No, he's a paid attorney.
Okay.
He was with me on my first court date for the warrant.
Okay, well, I don't see any notice. We didn't receive one for today. Of appearance. So
so he didn't receive one?
I don't have one filed from him.
Okay.
For today's hearing.
Okay, so the next one will be?
If he files a notice of appearance. So you'll have to let him know when your next court date is. But just so you know, I mean, regardless of whether you hadn't him here or not, the court would still very likely impose this $3,000 bond in this case. So when the warrant issued, when you failed to appear, your trial court and judge requested this bond. And so I am, going to affirm this bond.
Right.
And in the second case, give me 1 second. So in this second case, the $3,000 bond is a cash-only bond, and that was requested by your trial court judge. All right?
A cash only?
Yes. So just to recap, in the first matter that we went over out of Gila County, that's a $1,000 secured appearance bond. Okay.
So I can bond out for it. In the second one, I can't.
Yes. And so the second one is the $3,000 cash only bond.
Okay.
Okay. But, you have your hearing on June 23rd. And, you can, if you need to, have your attorney possibly revisit the bond issue at that time. Okay.
Okay. And then the court dates are on the paperwork, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Christina Wood and then Anthony Graziani. May I have your name and date of birth?
Christina Diane Wood, 12/26/85.
Thank you. All right, you're here on one matter.
Yeah.
It is an arrest warrant out of Navajo County. It's on a case involving driving on a suspended license and failure to comply with a court order.
Yeah, I gotta make a payment.
Okay.
I can make a payment as soon as I can get out of here. I'll be able to make a payment.
Okay, just give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
You made me putting this one, I'm sorry. All right, so you have an arraignment hearing on June 19th at 8:30 a.m.
June 19th?
Yes.
Okay.
And that date and time is going to be on your paperwork.
Okay.
It's going to be really important that you show up for that and take care of this.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the warrant will just reissue.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the court is releasing you on your own recognizance.
Thank you.
And you have some additional terms of release, so make sure to read your paperwork. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
no problem.
Thank you. That concludes your hearing.
Cool, thank you.
May I have Anthony Graziani and then Jeremiah Mitchell? May I have your name and date of birth?
Anthony Louis Graziani, September 3rd, 1978.
Thank you. You're here on one matter. It's allegations of 2 new offenses. 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. The court's appointing you an attorney to represent you, and you have a status conference on July 1st and a preliminary hearing on July 6th. Both of those are at 8:30 in the morning, and both of those will be written down in your paperwork. You're eligible for release. The court is not requiring any bond from you, okay? So you will be released, but you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you'll get information on how to contact them. Just make sure that you're in compliance with them. I'm going to go over some of the additional release conditions with you. Make sure that you read the full list. No weapons, okay? No drugs, no driving without a valid license.
I'm going to be released today.
Yes, as soon as they can process you, okay? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Jeremiah Mitchell and then Logan Mullins. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jeremiah Mitchell, 11/29/01.
All right, thank you. You're here on one matter, allegations of 2 new offenses, okay? So one is a misdemeanor shoplift offense, and then one is a felony shoplift offense, and it's an allegation that you shoplifted and that you had previously shoplifted twice in the recent past, okay? The court has found probable cause as to both of those allegations, and the court is appointing you an attorney. You have a status conference on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on July 6th, also at 8:30 a.m. Okay. You're eligible for release. I'm going to go over some of the release terms with you. So the court is going to release you without requiring a bond. Okay. However, the court is going to release you to pretrial services, and you're going to have an ankle monitor with a curfew. And that
still get to get out today, though, right?
Well, as soon as they can process it, you don't have to pay anything.
Yeah,
okay.
But I will be getting out today, though, right?
I believe so. Yes. Yes, you will. They're going to put an ankle monitor on you. Okay. You're going to have a curfew, and the pretrial services people is going to set the curfew times.
Okay.
I'm going to go over some of the other release terms with you, but make sure to read the full list in your paperwork.
I will.
You can't go back to any of the stores.
Yes, I'm aware.
No contact with any of the victims, any complainants, or any witnesses. Okay? All right. That concludes your hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Logan Mullins and then Shayna Hall. They have your name and date of birth.
Logan Mullins, 01/10/08.
Okay. You're here on allegations of new offenses. They are 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, 1 count of failure to obey a police officer, and 1 count of failure to obey a police command. As of today, the court only has very limited information that's submitted by the police officer. Based on that, I'm not finding probable cause as to any of the allegations, okay? This means that this court can't impose any release conditions, all right? However, I want to be very clear that you still have court dates, okay? Because what the state could do is it could come in and get all of the information from the police department, and the prosecutor's office could file charges against you, okay? So you have a status conference on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on July 6th, also at 8:30 a.m. You've got to be at those hearings. It's very important because, again, you could be charged. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And the dates and times and locations of those court dates are going to be on your paperwork. Now, I did review your financial affidavit, and I see that your net income per month is $9,000. Is that accurate?
My, work income?
It just says your net income, so all of your income combined. Is it $9,000?
Oh, not that I know of, no.
Okay. So after you get paid every month and after you pay all of your expenses, do you have money left over where you could hire your own attorney to represent you in this matter?
Probably not.
Okay. All right. So can we reprint this one, please? Okay. So I am going to appoint you an attorney to represent you at those upcoming hearings. Okay. All right. So you don't have any release conditions. You're going to be released. You don't have to pay a bond. But again, it's crucial that you are at those hearings on time. You know, you can meet with your attorney then. Your attorney can tell you whether or not charges have been filed and go from there, okay?
And the dates and locations are gonna be on the paper?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your hearing.
Thank you.
All right, could I please have Shayna Hall and then Patrick Meyer? May I have your name and date of birth?
You know, May 21st, 1985.
Okay. All right, you're here on one matter. It's allegations of 2 new offenses, okay? 1 count of robbery as a class 4 felony and 1 count of assault as a class 3 misdemeanor.
And I was sexually assaulted and called the cops.
So just give me 1 minute, okay?
My boyfriend's cell phone, and I'm getting charged of robbery.
Give me 1 minute, okay? And then you can ask any questions. So, based on the limited information that I have today, the court has found probable cause as to the assault, but not as to the robbery, all right? So that doesn't mean that ultimately on down the road, you know, you won't be charged with it, but the court today did not find probable cause for the robbery allegation, okay? The court is appointing you an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on July 6th, also at 8:30 a.m. The hearing information is going to be on your paperwork. You are eligible for release, and the court is going to release you on your own recognizance. So the court is not requiring any any bond. I'm going to go over some of the release terms with you, though, okay? So you're ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
What about getting my animals and belongings?
Okay, so you are allowed a one-time civil standby to be conducted by police for you to collect your essential belongings, right? But aside from that one-time civil standby, for now, the court's order is that you not return there, that you not initiate a contact with the alleged victim, and that you not reside at any location with the alleged victim.
Yeah, he's a murderer.
Okay. Additionally, you are ordered not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. And again, I just urge you to read through the paperwork to see the complete list of your release terms. Okay.
So when I get released and have nothing on me, no money, no way to contact anybody, how do I go get my stuff and get my animals? How do I do that without violating what you're saying?
Frankly, I can't answer that question for you. Okay. All right. That concludes your hearing.
The only number I have is his, so I don't want to call and say, hey, I'm coming over and then violate and get.
That would be a violation. Yeah.
Right.
You can't initiate any contact. Okay?
How do I
can't answer those questions
how do I
for you.
get my thing without violating? I'm confused.
Ms. Hall, your hearing is complete. Okay. I need you to get your paperwork from the deputies. Thank you. May I have Patrick Meyer and then Cynthia Madrid? May I have your name and date of birth?
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
Okay. May I have your name and date of birth?
Patrick Meyer, January 9th, 1989.
Thank you. Let me know if I have a soft voice, so let me know if you need me to.
I'm supposed to have hearing aids, and I don't have my hearing aids here.
Oh, okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, great. All right, so you're here on one matter. It's allegations of new offenses, specifically one count of criminal trespass as a Class 6 felony, one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor, which is a Class 4 felony, and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. So the court has found probable cause as to all of the allegations except for the possession of drug paraphernalia. That's not to say that you won't ultimately be charged with that. It's just based on the limited information that I have. I did not find probable cause as to that allegation. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on July 6th, also at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. The court is not going to require a bond of you, so you will be released today. You'll be released to pretrial services, though. You'll get an envelope. It'll have information about pretrial services in there. You got to contact them ASAP. Okay. All right. Some of your other release conditions include you can't go back to the scene of the alleged crime and not have any contact with the alleged victim, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Make sure you read the list for the full list, okay?
Okay.
All right, that concludes your hearing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. All right, may I have Cynthia Madrid and then Joel Klaus? May I have your name and date of birth?
Cynthia Madrid, 12/11/1978.
Okay, thank you. So you're here on one matter. It's allegations of new offenses, specifically one count of false reporting to law enforcement, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of having an open container in a vehicle. That's a Class 2 misdemeanor. The court has found that probable cause exists as to those allegations, and the court is setting an arraignment hearing for you on July 2nd at 1:30 p.m. Okay, that date and time and the court location is going to be on your paperwork. The court is releasing you on your own recognizance, so you don't have any bond that you have to pay. Just please make sure to read your paperwork. There are a few other release conditions, so, familiarize yourself with them and make sure that you abide by them. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right. Joel Klaus and then Emily Littlefield.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. May I have your name and date of birth?
Joel Michael Claus, 9/15/1988.
Thank you. All right, you're here on one matter. An allegation of a new offense. It's one count of unlawful flight from law enforcement. It's a Class 5 felony. The date of the alleged offense is May 25th, 2026. The court has found that probable cause exists for that allegation, and let me ask you this. After you get paid every month and after you pay all of your expenses, do you have enough money to hire an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm not going to appoint you an attorney. Okay. Basically, I'm not finding that you're indigent, and therefore I'm not appointing a public defender. Okay. You have 3 hearings coming up. Okay. You have a status conference on June 22nd. an evidentiary hearing on June 23rd, and a preliminary hearing on June 25th. Those dates and times are all going to be written down for you. You are not eligible for release. Okay. So,
Why is that?
because on the date of this alleged offense on May 25th, you were on felony release for 2 other cases. Okay. So, do you want me to go through the details of those 2?
No, I know about them. I just don't know. I wouldn't be able to have a bond.
So under Arizona law, if you're on felony release and you come in on a new felony, you're ineligible by Arizona law for a bond. Okay, so there's nothing that I could do. My hands are tied by Arizona law.
Yeah,
all right.
because I wasn't driving.
Okay, so I don't want you to make any statements about this offense, all right, because you have the right to remain silent. But you know, again, it's by Arizona law, and there's nothing that I could do today at this point. However, that is why you have an evidentiary hearing on June 23rd. So that evidentiary hearing is specifically for you and your attorney to further address this issue. All right, so that's in about a week. Okay. Do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay. All right. Emily Littlefield and then Juanita Sanderson. May I have your name and date of birth?
Emily Littlefield, 10/17/75.
Thank you. All right, so you're here on one matter. It is an initial arrest warrant out of the Fountain Hills Municipal Court. The prosecutor's office there has filed a case involving 1 count of failure to provide your correct information to law enforcement. It's a misdemeanor. You have an arraignment hearing on July 6th at 9 a.m. All of that court hearing information is going to be in your paperwork. It's very important that you're there, that you're on time. The court is releasing you on your own recognizance, right? And there is some other release conditions that are going to be in your paperwork, so please make sure to read that thoroughly.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then can I have Juanita Sanderson, please? I have your name and date of birth.
Juanita Sanderson, 2380.
Thank you. You're here on one matter. It's allegations of 3 new offenses, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. Based on the very limited information that I have at this point from law enforcement, I didn't find that probable cause existed for these allegations.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is very important. Okay. You still have court hearings set.
Yeah.
And I am still appointing an attorney for you because you may very well be charged by the prosecutor's office once they receive all the information. I simply don't know, right? So you have a status conference on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on July 6th at 8:30 a.m. Okay. The hearing information will be in your paperwork, okay? Because I didn't find probable cause, I am not going to issue any release conditions, so you will be released, okay? All right, thank you. And then are number 13 and number 1, are those? Okay, All right, so let's do those right now, and then we'll call number 4 last.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
You need help understanding the legal steps.
Okay. All right, do I have an interpreter? Is there an interpreter with us?
I'm here.
Okay, may I have your name, please?
Axel.
All right, just give me 1 second. Okay.
Sure.
May I have Justo Raimundo, please, in the courtroom?
Tengo a Justo Raimundo en la corte.
All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
¿Podría dar su nombre y fecha de nacimiento?
Justo Raimundo, de 15 de julio 1997.
Justo Raimundo, July 15th, 1997.
All right, sir, you're here on one matter. That matter involves allegations of new offenses. Those are 1 count of assault as a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of criminal damage as a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of threatening and intimidating as a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 2 counts of aggravated assault. Those are Class 6 felonies.
Bien, estamos aquí por un asunto. El asunto involucra acusaciones de nuevas ofensas. Esas son algunas agresiones de clase 1, agresión con agravantes, y 2 de agresión con agravantes. Eso es un delito de clase 6.
The court has found that probable cause exists as to all of the allegations except for the allegation of criminal damage.
La Corte ha encontrado que existe causa probable en todas las acusaciones, excepto en daño criminal.
The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on June 25th, also at 8:30 a.m.
La Corte le asignará un abogado para representarlo. Usted tiene una conferencia de estatus el 22 de junio a las 8:30 am y una audiencia preliminar el 25 de junio también a las 8:30 am.
You are eligible for release, and I'm going to go over some of the release conditions with you. please see your written paperwork for a full list, though.
Usted es elegible para liberación. Vamos a hablar sobre esas condiciones con usted. Por favor, vea su papel escrito y con la lista completa.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you post that bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. And before you are released from the jail, they will put an ankle monitor on you, at which point you will have a curfew.
Usted tiene una fianza de comparecencia garantizada por la cantidad de $10,000. Si usted da lo que es la fianza, estaría siendo liberado a la supervisión de algunos servicios, y antes de ser liberado de la cárcel le van a poner un monitor en el tobillo, y en ese punto usted tendría un toque de queda.
¿Cuánto sería, hijo? La fianza.
How much did you say?
$10,000.
$10,000.
You are ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. If that is your place of residence, the court will allow a one-time civil standby to be conducted by police for you to retrieve your personal belongings.
Se le ordena no regresar a la escena donde se acusan los crímenes. Si ese es su lugar de residencia, la corte le permitirá una visita civil conducida por la policía para que usted pueda retirar sus pertenencias.
You're ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim, and further, you may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim.
Se le ordena no tener contacto con la supuesta víctima y no puede residir en la misma ubicación de la supuesta víctima.
No es mucho problema lo que pasó, que mi señora, ella inventó muchas cosas y no es lo que pasó. Porque yo llegué en la casa y ella empezó a decirme palabras malas y ya después cuando la contesté y ya después empezó a llamar a la policía, pero ella estaba diciendo malas palabras a mí, pues. Pero no es nada malo, pues, lo que pasó. No es, ella inventó cosas, pues. Ella inventó porque como yo no hablo mucho en inglés, pues ella inventó muchas cosas y no es, pues, no es lo que pasó.
Nothing bad
Porque la
happens.
casa,
My wife.
porque la casa
Okay,
yo lo estoy
one
pagando,
moment,
la
though,
casa,
sir.
ella no.
Mr. Interpreter, could you please instruct him to hang on a minute, and could you please interpret what he's already said?
Sure. Vamos a ir por partes, voy a interpretar lo que dijo antes y después sigue, por favor.
Ajá. De lo que pasó,
Nothing
pues
bad happened, un momento, voy a interpretar lo que había dicho. Nothing bad happened. My wife made it up. I just arrived and she started using foul language. And then I just replied, and that's when she started calling the police. And she took advantage because I don't speak much English. But that's the only thing that happened. But she was using foul language too.
y yo pago la
Sir,
casa.
one moment. I want to caution you. You have the right to remain silent, and anything that you say will likely be used against you. So really, I urge you not to say anything additional about the allegations, okay?
Quiero advertirle, bueno, usted tiene el derecho de permanecer en silencio y cualquier cosa que diga puede ser utilizado en contra suya. Entonces yo le aconsejaría no decir nada adicional acerca de las acusaciones.
All right, so I'm going to finish going through some of your release conditions, they include you're not to possess any weapons, no drugs, no alcohol.
Bien, voy a continuar hablando sobre sus condiciones de liberación. Estas incluyen no poseer ningún arma, ni drogas, ni alcohol.
Okay. All right, so that does conclude your hearing.
Eso concluye esa audiencia.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. You may get your paperwork. Thank you.
Gracias.
Puede llevarse sus papeles. Thank you.
Okay, and then may I have Amanda Rojas Enriquez, please?
Bien, puedo tener a Amanda Rojas Enríquez.
May I have your name and date of birth?
Diga su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Amanda Rojas Enrique, 0909-2002.
Amanda Enríquez, 0909-2000.
Thank you. All right, so you're here on allegations of new offenses. They are 1 count of aggravated assault as a Class 3 felony, 1 count of disorderly conduct as a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of harassment as a Class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found that probable cause exists as to all 3 allegations.
Bien, usted está aquí con acusaciones de nuevas ofensas. Una es un cargo de agresión agravada, es un delito clase 3, uno de conducta de desorden y también un lo que es agresión, y ese es un delito menor. La Corte ha encontrado causa probable existente en las 3 alegaciones.
The court is appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a status conference on June 22nd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on June 25th at 8:30 a.m.
La Corte le asignará un abogado para representarle. Tiene una conferencia de estatus el 22 de junio a las 8:30 am y una audiencia preliminar el 25 de junio a las 8:30 am.
I'm going to go over some of the release conditions with you, but make sure that you read the paperwork for a full list of your release conditions.
Vamos a hablar sobre las condiciones de liberación con usted, para asegurarse que lea los papeles con la lista completa de sus condiciones de liberación.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you post that bond and are released from jail before you're released, you will have an ankle monitor placed on you, and you'll be released to pretrial services with a curfew.
Usted tiene una fianza de $5,000. Si usted paga esa fianza y es liberada de la cárcel antes de... es libre de la cárcel, entonces se le pondrá un monitor en el tobillo. Y usted será liberada antes de los servicios de la corte con esa fianza.
Additionally, you're ordered not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you can't have any contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. Additionally, you can't have any weapons, no drugs, and no alcohol.
Adicionalmente, se le ordena no regresar a la escena de donde se acusa que fue el crimen. No puede tener contacto con la supuesta víctima. Adicionalmente, no puede tener armas, drogas ni alcohol.
Right. That concludes your hearing. Okay, you can get your paperwork from the deputy.
Eso concluye su audiencia. Se puede conseguir llevar sus papeles.
And then, Deputy, can we have everyone cleared before taking the last one? Thank you. Thank you. All right, may I have Michael Grimes, please? May I have your name and date of birth?
Michael David Grimes, date of birth is 10/13/1986.
Thank you. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. So you have a warrant out of California, okay? And from what I can tell here, it's an arrest warrant on felony charges, lewd and lascivious acts with a child under 14, lewd or lascivious acts on a child age 14 or 15, annoying or molesting a child. So I'm going to go over a few things with you, okay? So a warrant for your arrest was issued by the state of California, and basically the state of California wants you back to take care of this matter. Did you receive a laminated card with information on it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go over that information with you. Did you read that information?
Yes, it's in regards to giving my, waiving the extradition.
Extradition, that's right. Got it. Okay, so you have a choice to make, okay? And the choice is basically you can exercise your right to an extradition hearing, okay? And if you decide to do that, I would set an extradition hearing for you, okay? Give me just 1 second. I think I have the date. So that would be set on June 29th at 1:30 p.m. I can't appoint an attorney to represent you, an indigent defense counsel, because extradition issues are civil in nature and not criminal. However, you can always choose to consult with or hire an attorney to represent you in this extradition matter at your own cost, okay? And that could be before the extradition hearing or before you make a decision about whether or not you want to waive any rights. If you do choose to have an extradition hearing, the court would set a bond you set release conditions and set a bond. So in your matter, the court would set a cash only bond in the amount of $200,000. Okay. So, that's sort of choice one. Is you don't waive your right to the extradition hearing, you set the extradition hearing, and then there's a cash-only bond in the amount of $200,000, and, you would have the hearing, okay? Because you can force both governors, the governor of California and the governor of Arizona to sign governor warrants before your extradition. So you have that right and you can pursue that right, all right?
Okay.
Or you can say, I don't want to pursue that. I want to waive my right to having an extradition hearing, okay? So if you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in the Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow California to come get you. So the 30-day period, if you decided to waive today, it would start to run tomorrow. So 30 days from tomorrow, unless you have other criminal matters pending in Arizona. You would have to, in that scenario, resolve any other matters. And then once those would be resolved, then the 30 days would start to run. Okay. So, you know, again, you would be held non-bondable under that scenario and held for up to 30 days for California to come get you. Okay. So, do you understand what your options are?
Yeah, so basically, I could be held here for up to 30 days for California to come and get me to extradite me. But the difference in between that would be it would kind of help speed up my case if I was to go to California, correct? Because then I'll be appointed like a public defender and whatnot.
I mean, potentially, you know, potentially if you, yeah, the time would start tolling tomorrow. Whereas if you contested it, then you would have to build in the time for that fugitive from justice initial hearing. You'd have to go through that process, which would potentially and presumably prolong things.
Oh, if I was to do it that way? Or if I was to stay here?
Well, I can't tell you for certain, you know, that it will definitely shorten the time period. But if you decided to waive your right to that hearing, the time period for them to come get you would start to toll tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. And then that time frame would be just with the 30 days?
Yes.
And then, yeah, that'll pretty much speed up the process in California. Yeah, I just want to get it done and over with. Yeah.
All right. So are you ready to make a decision?
Yes, I'll go ahead and get it taken care of. Get it taken care of, and I'll go ahead and waive
Okay.
to get extradited to California.
Okay. So so I just have a few last questions to go through with you, okay? So I understand at this time that you do want to sign the waiver of extradition. And so again, I need to ask you these questions. Do you understand that you don't have to do this?
I don't know. I just feel like the case would get taken care of a lot faster because it's just accusations. Like I don't think there's no real solid.
Sure, I understand your reasoning, but do you understand that you don't have to waive this?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you necessarily therefore understand that you have the right, if you wanted to exercise it, to an extradition hearing?
Well, it's making it seem like I should.
Do you understand that you have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you have the right to hire an attorney at your own expense to consult with before you make this decision?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you understand that ultimately you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before your return to California?
Oh, and explain that part to me again.
So, you know, before you are extradited, you have the right to demand that the governors from Arizona and California both sign governor's warrants. Okay. And so to get to that point, you would have to have the initial hearing and go through that process and contest the extradition up until the point that the governors would sign the warrant. Okay. So if you wanted to, you know, do you understand that you could go through that process all the way up to having the governors both sign those warrants if you wanted to?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Do you want to give up those rights so that you can sign the waiver paperwork?
Pretty much what that would do, that would just prolong the case here, correct? Like instead of me getting
Well, I can't answer that for you for certain, but so all I can tell you is you have those certain rights, and do you want to give up those rights in order to sign the waiver?
I don't know. It's like I'm for sure on one thing, then I'm not for sure. It's like I'm in the middle. If I get it done or not.
If you're not certain, then we can always set the fugitive from justice hearing.
I'll just go ahead and do like you're talking about the justice hearing that you were talking about at the beginning.
Yes.
And that would make it to where, what would happen?
So at that point, you would have a $200,000 cash only bond. Okay. You'd have the hearing on June 29th at 1:30 p.m. Basically, you would be starting the process to ultimately having the governors of both states sign the warrants before you're extradited.
I really don't know which one's better.
Okay.
I just feel like they'll get handled. Like I'm like in the middle because this is my hometown now in Arizona. But then I just feel like in California.
So I'm going to set the hearing, okay? Because if you are not certain about whether you want to waive these rights, I can't take a waiver from you if you're not certain, okay? All right. So we're going to set the fugitive from justice hearing. Give me 1 minute.
How long does that process take up to?
So I don't know how long the full process will take. That, has a lot of different variables, but your first hearing will be on June 29th.
It'll be on June 29th. And what's today? Is that 16th?
June 16th.
Okay, thank you.
Just give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So again, that hearing is on June 29th at 1:30. That will be in your paperwork. You have a cash only appearance bond in the amount of $200,000. If you do post that bond, you will be released to pretrial services with an ankle monitor and house arrest, okay? Additional terms of your release are you can't return to the scene of the alleged crime and you can't have any contact with the alleged victims or any witnesses. You're ordered not to have any contact whatsoever with any minors, and you are prohibited from accessing the internet through any means. Additionally, no drugs, and you cannot leave the state. Okay? All right. So
on the $200,000 bill, so that'll be the $20,000.
No, so it's a cash only bond, so it's the full amount, $200,000. Okay. All right. So let me just print this out for you. And with that, hold on. We will conclude your hearing. Okay.
I don't know. I think it'll be smarter to go to California, to tell you the truth.
Okay. I can only take your waiver if you are entirely certain. Okay. So I'll give you, one last opportunity to make a decision. If you are entirely certain that you want to waive all of those rights, then we can do that today. if you are not certain, then we gotta proceed with the, with the hearing and with everything that we just discussed.
Um, yeah, I could go ahead and extradite it.
I'm sorry, what did you
To
say?
extradite to go to California, the 30 days?
Okay, are you certain?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through those questions with you.
Sorry about that, Your Honor.
It's okay, it's all right. Okay. Okay, so do you understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense to consult with before you make this decision?
Yes, I don't have money. I don't have money.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand, before you're extradited, that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both Arizona and California?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to bail, which is what we discussed? In this case, it would be $200,000 cash only.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay.
The money for lawyers or bail.
Do you want to give up all of those rights and sign the waiver paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to make this decision?
No.
And have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No.
Okay. So I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver. I will also sign the paperwork. I'm directing the sheriff's office to notify California that you are ready to return. The requesting state, California, will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. And again, as I stated before, if there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case. Okay. Give me one moment. Okay, so we should be ready to go for Mr. Garden's signature.
You can go ahead and sign them.
Okay.
I'd just like to one more time.
Okay, are we all set? Okay, that concludes your hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will go off the record.
Oh, no, after the family, number 18, please. Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
Be seated. Yeah,
They know that we're gonna do anything.
they're gonna be on left? Okay.
But are they staying online right now?
Interpreter, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm connected on Teams.
Oh, can you announce?
Pavel Canizal, Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. All right, this is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar.
Esta es la audiencia de lectura de las acusaciones iniciales de las 8 de la mañana.
I'm going to call you into the courtroom individually. You'll state your name and date of birth.
Los voy a llamar a la sala individualmente y van a indicar su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento.
I will tell you what you've been booked on and whether an attorney has been appointed to represent you.
Les voy a avisar de qué se les está acusando y si un abogado ha sido asignado para representarlos.
I'm also going to give you the date of your next court appearance.
También les voy a dar la fecha de la próxima audiencia en que tendrán que presentarse.
I will let you know whether you are eligible for a bond or not.
También les voy a dejar saber si califican para una fianza o no.
If it's a secured bond, that means you can go through a bonding company.
Si es una fianza asegurada, quiere decir que pueden ir a través de una compañía de fianzas.
The phone numbers of the various bonding companies are located in the jail area. You can call any one of them. They will accept collect calls.
Los números de teléfonos de las compañías de fianza están presentadas o publicadas en el área de la cárcel. Pueden llamar a cualquiera de ellas para trabajar con ellos y sí aceptan llamadas por cobrar.
If it's a cash bond, that means you have to pay the entire amount of the bond.
Si es una fianza en efectivo, quiere decir que tienen que pagar la cantidad entera de la fianza.
I'm also going to tell you if I've set any release conditions.
También les voy a dejar saber si he impuesto algunas condiciones en cuanto a su libertad.
Like no contact with the alleged victim or no going back to the alleged scene of the crime.
Como por ejemplo, no tener contacto con las víctimas alegadas o supuestas víctimas, ni tampoco volver a la ubicación de donde ocurrió el delito.
Let me remind you, if you've been ordered not to have a contact with the victim and then you do so, you may be charged with an additional felony.
Les voy a recordar que si se les ha indicado no tener contacto con la víctima y lo hacen, podrían tener una acusación de una falta adicional.
Now, when you come in the courtroom, please remember this is being video recorded.
Ahora, cuando entren a la sala de audiencia, recuerden que esto está siendo grabado por video.
So do not talk about the facts of your case, as you have the right to remain silent.
Entonces, no hablen en cuanto a los hechos de su caso, ya que eso puede ser usado en su contra.
Now, when you leave the courtroom, court staff is going to give you your paperwork.
Cuando se vayan de la sala de audiencias, los trabajadores le van a dar su documentación.
That's going to show you your current charges, whether you were appointed an attorney, whether you're eligible for a bond, and all your release conditions.
Eso les va a dejar saber a todas las acusaciones o los ilícitos de cuáles se les acusa, si es que se le ha asignado un abogado, la cantidad o si es que se ha impuesto una fianza y las condiciones de su libertad.
The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether you're eligible for a bond or not.
El propósito de esta audiencia es para ver si califican para una fianza o no.
That decision is based on your past criminal history, any failures to appear, Arizona law, and your current charges.
Eso es determinado en su historial penal previo, si es que no se ha presentado para alguna audiencia, las leyes de Arizona y las condiciones actuales de su libertad.
And for the record, the orders for 10-point fingerprinting and the taking of DNA samples
Y para que queden actas, las el registrar sus huellas dáctiles y también una muestra de ADN.
that were made on the 0200-hour calendar for June 1st, 2026 shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
Las que se fueron tomadas el 1 de junio del 2026 en las audiencias de las 2 de la mañana van a aplicar a los asuntos de estas audiencias.
I'm also going to read the victim's rights advisement.
También voy a leerle el aviso de los derechos del ofendido en lo penal.
If you are a victim of a crime with a case pending before this court,
Si usted es la víctima en un caso en proceso ante este tribunal,
you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that
se le informa que goza de determinados derechos según las leyes de Arizona, que incluye,
among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity,
entre otros, incluye el derecho al trato justo, respetuoso y con dignidad,
to a speedy trial,
el derecho a un proceso sin demora,
to be present at court proceedings,
de ser presente en todas las diligencias sobre este caso,
to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney,
el derecho a decidir si permite que el inculpado o su abogado lo entreviste a usted,
to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea,
declarar ante el juez antes de que el juez determine las medidas cautelares antes de la negociación de un convenio resolutorio.
scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss.
La programación de las audiencias judiciales, la imposición de la pena y el derecho a la reparación por la parte responsable de inferir los daños.
If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office.
Si no ha recibido una copia escrita de los derechos de los ofendidos y víctimas, sírvase a llamar a la sección de servicios para víctimas y ofendidos de la oficina de la Fiscalía del Condado.
An interpreter, we're going to do some other matters first, and then we'll do our Spanish speakers, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Dershawn Johnson, come on in to the courtroom behind the podium. And then I need Jose Valenzuela Yanez to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Dorshawn Morgan Johnson,
And your date of birth?
10/30/1983.
Okay, you have a Superior Court new case alleging 2 counts of aggravated assault on first responders. Those are Class 3 felonies, 4 counts of resisting arrest, Class 6 felonies, and 1 count of criminal damage. That's a misdemeanor. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. I'm also setting an evidentiary hearing for June 23rd at 1:30. Now, you're out on release for some felonies. So Arizona law, criminal rule of procedure 4.2A7A says if you commit another felony while you're out on release, you're non-bailable. You can't bond out. But you do get a chance to challenge that. And that's going to be at that evidentiary hearing on June 23rd.
Judge.
Okay.
I've got my baby girl at home waiting on me. I hadn't seen her in months. I was going to give a friend a ride to the grocery store. I didn't.
Sir, I'm going to tell you, don't talk about the facts of your case because you're on
I
a
didn't,
tape recorder.
okay, I didn't do anything.
Okay, well, sir, I
I-
have read a summary of what the police wrote about what happened. I have found probable cause,
Judge,
but you should talk to your attorney about this.
Judge, I've asked everybody from the cops that did this all the way down to the hospital, which I need to go back to because they didn't do much. I got a broken rib, my neck is whiplash. I'm still bleeding into my eye.
Okay, you should talk to the jail staff about seeing a doctor if you need to do that.
But Judge, I really need somebody to listen to me. For once, like I've been through this court so many times. I just got done doing 10 years. You released me to my probation officer.
Okay, sir, you're on release from a felony. I have allegations of new felonies, so you're going to be held without bail. I need to move along. Talk to the court staff about seeing a doctor if you need to see one.
I want to get home to my daughter.
Sir, you're going to be held. Jose Valenzuela, come on in. And then Milani Fisher Sign to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Jose Valenzuela Yanis, Fernando 12/16/07.
Okay, you have 3 matters altogether. The first one is a Superior Court new case alleging 1 count of aggravated assault, class 4 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, class 6 felony. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing is going to be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. And I said a $5,000 bond.
Okay.
Okay, now, you got 2 other matters. They're both probation violations. Now, your probation officer is alleging that you violated your probation by getting new charges. Those are called Term 1 violations. You are on probation for a class 6 and a class 4 felony. Now, I've appointed a lawyer on both of those to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, June 23rd at 8:30. Pursuant to Arizona Criminal Rule of Procedure 7.2C, you're going to be held no bond on both of those.
All right.
Get your paperwork from the court staff. Malini, come on in. Stacy Depew to the chair outside the courtroom. State your name and date of birth.
My name is Malini Fisher Singh, January 6, 2003.
All right, you have a Superior Court new case alleging 1 count of aggravated assault, class 3 felony, 1 count of kidnapping, class 4 felony, 1 count of criminal damage, class 1 misdemeanor. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. I set a $50,000 bond. You are not to return to the alleged scene of the crime. No contact with the alleged victim. No email, no social media, no calls, no calling somebody else to contact the victim. No contact whatsoever. Understood?
Yes.
Okay. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Stacy, come on in. Miguel Martinez to the chair outside the courtroom. State your name and date of birth.
Stacy Lee Depew, 7/19/88.
Okay, you have 2 matters. The first one is a Superior Court new case alleging 2 counts of possession for sale of narcotic drugs, class 2 felonies. 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, 1 count of prohibited possession of a prohibited weapon, and 1 count of possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, all class 4 felonies. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. I set a bond of $50,000. Then the second matter that you have is a justice court warrant. This is from Maryvale Justice Court for 1 count of DUI, liquor, drug, or vapors, 1 count of DUI, drugs, or metabolite. Those are both misdemeanors. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, June 19th at 8:30. and they set a bond of $250. Do you have a question?
That case, I was in 2022 or something, and I was sent to prison on that case. I was sent to prison, and supposedly that case was resolved. So I was released from prison and picked up on this warrant and paid a bond to get out on this warrant. And for some reason, the warrant is still in the system, but they never issued another court date or anything for that case. Right.
Well, let me just tell you, I don't show that it's been resolved. What I show is that the charges were from 2021, and there's a judge who signed the warrant in 2026. So I don't know, but you do have an attorney that you can talk to about it.
And I was released from prison in 2025, and they re-signed a warrant when there was no warrants even issued for it.
Well, according to what I'm seeing, the judge in April of this year signed this warrant.
Yeah.
So I would talk to your attorney about it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, get your paperwork.
Is there any way that I could ask for a bond reduction right now?
No, not right now, nope.
And is that a secure bond or?
The first one is cash, the second one is not.
Which one is the first one is the 250?
Is it? The first one is $50,000.
And that's a secure?
No, that's not secured, it's cash. You have a maximum score on our pretrial services tool.
What does that
So
mean?
you've got 5 other felonies. Get your
I've showed
paperwork.
up for all my court dates and everything, man.
That doesn't always matter, sir. It depends on your whole record.
My whole result, and I haven't been trying to get in any trouble at all. I've been trying to focus on my job, my kids, everything.
Well, you can talk with your lawyer, but I'm not reducing it right now. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Miguel Martinez, come on in.
The status conference, what is that for?
Status conference?
Yes, ma'am. You said there would be a potential status conference.
So that can be a number of things. It depends on which way the case might go to formal charges, okay? Sometimes they go to grand jury, sometimes they do a preliminary hearing. So you would find that more information out at that status conference. But I really urge you to talk with your lawyers.
I'd be able to ask for a bond reduction then?
You can talk with your lawyers.
Yes, ma'am.
Miguel Martinez, come on in. Alexandria Perez to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Miguel Valenzuela Martínez, 5/24/1966.
5/24/66?
Yeah.
Okay, you've got a Superior Court new case alleging 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30, and I've set a $5,000 bond. On the second matter, this is a probation violation. You're on probation for a Class 6 felony. Probation is alleging you violated term 1. That's getting a new charge. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, June 23rd at 8:30. I've set a $5,000 bond on this. Now, if you post these 2 bonds, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Get your paperwork from the court staff.
Okay.
Alexandria Perez, come on in. Did you have a question? Wait, on Miguel. Do you need an interpreter? Let's move them back. Let's move them to the end of the calendar then, with our interpreters. Alexandria Perez?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then Devin Hansen to the chair outside the courtroom. State your name and date of birth.
Alexandria Perez, 52202.
Okay, you have a failure to appear warrant for one count of possession of narcotic drug, class 4 felony, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony, one count of criminal trespass in the second degree, class 2 misdemeanor. You already have a court-appointed lawyer. Your next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. And when you didn't go to court, the judge set your bond at $2,500. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Devon Hansen, come on in. Aaron Brown to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Devin Hansen, 9/16/96.
You have a probation violation warrant for your probation that you're on for a class 3 felony.
Yeah.
Probation is alleging you violated terms 3 and 4. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, June 23rd at 8:30. I set a $900 bond. Now, if you post that bond, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Get your paperwork from the court staff.
Yes, ma'am. Is that bond that's secured, like it's cash, right?
No, it's not cash. It's secured. You can go through a bonding company.
Okay, cool. Thank you so
Yep.
much.
Aaron Brown, come on in. Michael Valdez to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Aaron Brown, September 25th, 1985.
You have a probation violation warrant for your probation that you're on for one class 6 felony. Probation is alleging you violated term 3, 4, 5, and 15. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, June 23rd at 8:30. I've set a $900 bond. Now, if you post that, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. That's not cash either.
Okay.
Okay, get your paperwork from the court staff. Michael Valdez, come on in. Anthony Durazo to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Michael Valdez, 12462.
You're here on a Superior Court arrest warrant for one count of possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony, one count of DUI, liquor, drug, or vapors, one count of DUI, drugs, or metabolite. Those are both class 1 misdemeanors. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing is going to be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30, and the judge who signed the warrant set your bond at $750. It's not cash. All right? Get your paperwork from the court staff. That way. Anthony Durazo, come on in. Audrey Torres to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Anthony DeRosa, September 6, 1983, Your Honor.
You've got a failure to appear warrant for one count of possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. You already have a court-appointed lawyer. Your next hearing is going to be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. I've set a $500 bond. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Audrey Torres, come on in. James Rogers to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Audrey Torres, September 13th, 1964.
You have a Justice Court warrant from East Mesa Justice Court for one count of DUI, drugs, or metabolite. I think this is a failure to pay. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You'll have a lawyer appointed for you at your next hearing for limited representation regarding the bond. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, June 19th at 8:30. They had asked for a bond of $1,884. I reduced it to $100.
Okay.
All right? Get your paperwork from the court staff.
Do I have to sign anything right here? No?
Yep.
Oh, I do?
You're done.
Okay.
Yes. James Rogers, come on in. Armando Vega to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
James Rogers, and my date of birth is 9/28/87.
You have a Superior Court new case alleging one count of burglary in the third degree, class 4 felony. One count of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 4 felony. One count of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference July 1st at 8:30. I'm going to release you to pretrial services with drug testing and monitoring.
Yeah,
Don't miss your court.
I won't.
Do you hear that people fail to appear, then they get a bond?
Yes.
Get your paperwork from the court staff. Armando Vega, come on in. Stacy Cabrieles to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Armando Vega, 06/09/1983.
You've got a Superior Court arrest warrant for one count, possession of narcotic drug, one count of possession of dangerous drugs, both class 4 felonies, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony, one count of DUI, liquor, drug, or vapors, one count of DUI, drugs, or metabolite, both class 1 misdemeanors. These allegedly occurred January 28th of this year. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference July 1st at 8:30. I'm going to release you to pretrial services with alcohol and drug testing. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't miss court.
All one.
Get your paperwork from the court staff.
Quick question. So the bond that,
You don't have a bond.
is that on the paperwork that it said I had a $50 bond?
No, I didn't impose that bond. I decided to release you
Okay,
because this is a little older,
yeah,
so you don't have a bond,
okay,
but you do have to meet with pretrial services within 24 hours.
okay, ma'am.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Stacy, come on in. Elizabeth Howe to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, or ma'am, state your name and date of birth.
Stacy Cabrera, 12/5/85.
All right, you've got a Superior Court new case alleging one count of resisting arrest, class 6 felony, one count of failure to show a driver's license or ID, class 1 misdemeanor, and then one count of exceeding the speed limit by greater than 20 to 45 miles per hour. That's a class 3 misdemeanor. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing is going to be a status conference July 1st at 8:30. I'm going to release you on your promise. You're going to go to court, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Don't miss it. You're out on.
I do want to file a complaint against the officer, though.
Yeah. All right. Get your paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
Elizabeth Howe, come on in. Adam Fernandez to the chair outside the courtroom. State your name and date of birth.
Elizabeth Howe, 8974.
Okay, you have two matters. One is a municipal court warrant from Fountain Hills for one count of driving while license suspended or revoked. That's a misdemeanor. You're not entitled to court-appointed lawyer. Your next hearing is going to be an arraignment July 6th at 9 a.m. I'm going to release you, but you need to go to court. The next one is another warrant from Fountain Hills for the same charge, driving while license suspended or revoked, class 1 misdemeanor. You're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. Your next hearing is going to be an arraignment July 6th at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you a chance to get released. I will tell you, if you don't go to these court hearings, you're going to end up with bonds.
Yeah, I didn't even know.
All right, get your paperwork from the court staff.
Okay.
Adam Fernandez, and then Sam Bragg to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Adam Fernandez, 12/31/96.
You've got a municipal court new case from Peoria Municipal Court for one count of disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor, one count of an assault, class 3 misdemeanor. You'll have a lawyer appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be an arraignment July 6th at 9 a.m. And I'm going to release you on your promise to go to court, but no contact with the alleged victim. No email, no texting, no calling, no social media, no calling somebody else to call them. No contact, no possession of any weapons. You must obey any type of order of protection. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Get your paperwork from the court staff.
I got a quick question.
Yeah.
If I want to pick up my daughters to see them, is that?
You're going to have to figure out a way not to have contact with the victim. Sam Bragg, come on in. Carlos Ibarra Martel to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Sam Bragg, 3779.
Okay, you've got a municipal court warrant from Peoria for one count of refusing to give a true name, class 2 misdemeanor. You're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. Your next hearing is going to be an arraignment on July 6th at 9 a.m. On this one, they wanted a $500 bond. I'm going to give you a chance to go take care of this. I'm going to release you.
Okay.
But I'll tell you that bond will keep going up and then somebody's going to impose it. Got
I'll
it?
take care of it.
Go to court.
I will.
Get your paperwork from the court staff. Carlos, come on in. And then Miguel Martinez to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Carlos Ibarra Martel, date of birth March 29, 1996.
You have a surprise municipal court new case for one count of driving while license suspended, canceled, or revoked. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. You're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. Your next hearing will be an arraignment July 14th at 1:30. I'm going to release you on your promise to go to court.
Yes, Your Honor.
No driving without a valid driver's license. Got it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Get
And
your paperwork.
I do have a question. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Since I was driving, is the vehicle impounded and all that good stuff?
Since you were what?
Since I was driving, was the vehicle impounded?
I have no idea.
No, will it show on the paperwork?
Oh, that it was impounded?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it would be if it shows it, but I
Okay.
don't know.
No problem.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Definitely. No problem.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do we have our interpreter back on?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you so much. All right. Can I have Miguel Martinez? Yeah, can we do this simultaneous? Whew. All right, sir, state your name and date of birth.
Miguel Valenzuela Martínez, 524-1966.
Miguel Valenzuela
Okay.
Martinez, 524 of
Thank
interpreter
you.
plus repetition of year.
Okay, sir, you're here on two matters. The first one is a Superior Court new case alleging one count of possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. I set a $5,000 bond on this. Now, on your second matter, it's a probation violation warrant for your probation that you're on for a class 6 felony. Probation is alleging you violated your probation by getting the new charges. That's called a term 1 violation. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, June 23rd at 8:30. I set a $5,000 bond on this case. Now, if you post both bonds, You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Get your paperwork from the court staff.
Disculpe, tengo una que decirle algo. Yo no
I'm
tenía
sorry,
droga
I wanted
conmigo.
to say something. I didn't have drugs on me.
Simplemente la persona que yo le estaba dando ride, creo que ellos
The
sacó
person
todo
that I
eso de
was
su
given
bolsa.
a ride to took everything out of their pockets.
That is something that you should talk to your lawyer about.
Okay. Perfecto.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Jesus Cruz Soto, come on in the courtroom. And then Jose Moreno Noriega to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Jesús Guadalupe Cruz Soto, 1 de septiembre de 1982.
This is Guadalupe Soto, September 1st of 82.
Is it January 9th of 1982?
September 1st.
September 1st.
Of what year?
1982.
Was he fingerprinted? Okay. All right, sir, you have a Superior Court new case alleging one count of a prisoner possessing contraband, Class 2 felony, one count of possession of narcotic drug, Class 4 felony, one count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, Class 3 misdemeanor. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. I've set a $5,000 bond. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Jose Moreno Noriega, come in the courtroom, and then Aaron Garcia to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
José Jesús Moreno Noriega, abril 27 de 1992.
Jose Jesus Moreno Noriega, April 27th, 1992.
You have a Superior Court new case alleging one count of resisting arrest, Class 6 felony, 2 counts of shoplifting,
No escuché otra vez.
I couldn't hear. Could you repeat that?
2 counts of shoplifting, both Class 1 misdemeanors, and 1 count of resisting arrest, Class 6 felony. I did not find that you're indigent. So that means you have one of 2 things you can do. 1, you can hire your own attorney, or 2, when you go to court the next time, give them, the judge, more information about your finances. Your next court hearing is going to be a status conference, July 1st at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services. You can not go back to the alleged scene of the crime. Understood?
Sí.
Yes.
Get your paperwork from the court staff.
Thank you.
Your Honor, you want to see 3031 before you see?
Yeah, got it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If you look at those charges,
30, 31?
30 is a,
Oh,
yeah.
I don't think they marked that one. Okay, that works.
So,
Just wanted to make sure.
yeah.
Yeah, they don't have that one marked on there.
So do I just have Aaron and, I need Aaron and Antonio. And Aaron is a, interpreter matter, so need Aaron Garcia, come on in. You guys let me know when we're ready. Are we ready? Yeah, I needs a headset.
Yeah. That's it?
All right, sir, state your name and date of birth.
I'm Ricardo Garcia. Julio 1 del 1974.
Around Ricardo Garcia, July 1st of 1974.
1974.
And counsel?
Good morning, Your Honor. Dawn Sauer on behalf of the state.
Sir, you're here on a Superior Court new case alleging one count of molestation of a child, one count of sexual conduct with a minor, one count of sexual assault. Those are all Class 2 felonies. One count of sexual abuse, Class 5 felony. One count of sexual conduct with a minor, Class 6 felony. There are various dates of offenses. I'm appointing a lawyer to represent you. Counsel, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is seeking a high cash bond due to the danger that the defendant poses to the victim and the community and any other minors that he may come across now that he has been charged with the offenses against this particular victim. The allegations in the Form 4, although each of these counts, it appears to be one count of each of these charges, the Form 4 details 10 years of sexual abuse, 2 years of abuse to a minor, including sexual penetration, 2 to 3 times per week for about a 2-week period. This arises to hundreds of times. She appears to have been excessively groomed by the defendant to the point where even as an adult, she wasn't able to get help and stop being victimized. The state is seeking a $500,000 cash-only bond, and if posted, electronic monitoring, no contact with the victim, and no contact with any minors whatsoever. Thank you.
Can you print this one out again? Okay. Sir, your next court hearing. Wait, don't print it out again. Gosh, every time I do that, I lose counsel representation. There it goes. Should be good now. All right. Your next court hearing, sir, will be a status conference on June 22nd at 8:30. I've set a $300,000 cash-only bond. Now, if you would post that, pursuant to Arizona law, you must be placed on electronic monitoring. That's like an ankle bracelet. And you will be on house arrest. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. No email, no texting, no calling somebody else to talk with the victim, no letter writing, no contact whatsoever. You are not to have any contact with any minors. You cannot reside at any location where the victim is. You must obey any order of protection that might be issued. And court staff is going to bring you your paperwork right now. Okay? Thank you, counsel. Are you here on anything else?
No, you're on.
Interpreter, really great job. Thanks so much for waiting around for us today.
Not a problem. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can I have Antonio Sutherland come on in?
Could I address the court real quick, please?
Pardon?
I was going to state that Friday of last week, I was in penal custody for disorderly conduct. Unfortunately, that was the date of my virtual hearing, and I missed that date. However, Pinal County kept me for a week after I missed that court date, and they released me from jail with that with that warrant still pending. However, I was not able to go back to where I was living because of the disorderly conduct. I haven't had a chance to contact the courts to explain to them how I ended up missing that virtual appearance, but I planned on taking care of that immediately.
Okay, let me go through this stuff, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've got two matters. This is from Pima County. The first one is for one kind of indecent exposure, class 1 misdemeanor. You will have a lawyer appointed for you. It will be an arraignment June 19th at 8:30. The representation is limited regarding the bond issue, and the court down there set your bond at $500.
But I had no fault in the matter. I was in custody.
And you said that was last week?
Yes, in Pinal County.
Looking back here,
the appearance was scheduled. I believe it was for I don't have the exact date, but I think it was the 5th or the 6th because I had it scheduled. That was the date I was actually sitting in intake at Pinal County.
Okay, let me go through the second one.
Yes, sir.
The second one is another out-of-county warrant from Pima Justice Court for one kind of shoplifting, class 1 misdemeanor, one kind of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, class 3 misdemeanor. You'll have a lawyer appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be an arraignment June 19th at 8:30. And the lawyer is for limited representation regarding the bond issue. And again, the court set your bond at $500. Now, here's what I have to tell you, sir. I know you understand that you were in jail because you got arrested. So to me, that doesn't really give a good excuse for missing court because you were arrested again for another crime. So I'm keeping these bonds in place. They will have to bring you down or come get you so that you can appear on the 19th, and that's in 3 days. And if they decide to release you down there, then they can. But the court set the bond at $500.
Well, the other question that I had is the jail released me from jail with those warrants for me not going to court. I was released a week later from the Pinal County jail with those warrants. So my question is, why would Pinal County not take?
I don't even know if the judge was aware of it. They may have not gotten the warrants in the system. I don't know, but I know about them and I'm placing the bonds on them.
Right.
All right, get your paperwork from the court staff.
Okay.
Counsel, you can be excused.
Oh, thank you.
Unless you wanted to hang up.
Until he wasn't right there.
All right, we have several house calls. Why is Leon? Oh, no. Let's not start with him. Nasir Kelly, why is he a house call?
Yes, sir.
Nasir Kelly, date of birth 11/2/2001. He is here on a Superior Court new case alleging one count of kidnapping, class 2 felony, one count of theft of means of transport, assault, one count of theft, class 1 misdemeanors. I've appointed a lawyer to represent him. His next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. I set a cash bond of $50,000. On the second matter that he has, it's a justice court warrant from West Mesa Justice Court for one count of resisting arrest, one count of criminal trespass, resisting arrest, class 1 criminal trespass, and third degree, class 3 misdemeanor. I've appointed a lawyer. His next hearing will be an arraignment, June 19th at 8:30. I set a cash-only bond of $500. Then Mackenzie Gonzalez, why is she a house call?
She was combative.
I didn't hear that.
She was combative. Combative when she.
Combative. Mackenzie Ray Gonzalez, date of birth 1/9/2003. She's got a Goodyear Municipal Court new case alleging one kind of criminal trespass in the third degree, class 3 misdemeanor. She's not entitled to court-appointed lawyer. Her next hearing will be an arraignment, July 1st at 1 o'clock. I am going to release her on her own recognizance. And then we have Raquel Signs. Why is she a house call?
Refusing orders influence towards staff.
Sorry, didn't hear that again.
Refusing orders from staff and influence.
Got it, thanks. Raquel Signs, date of birth is 8/31/85. She's here on a Superior Court new case alleging one kind of aggravated assault, class 3 felony, one kind of resisting arrest, class 1 misdemeanor. I've appointed a lawyer to represent her. Next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. It's at a $20,000 bond. Then we've got Leon Yor. Why is he a house call?
Nearsighted and extremely bizarre behavior towards others.
Okay. Leon Yor, date of birth 12/2/2000, got a Superior Court new case alleging one kind of possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. I did not find probable cause on that. One kind of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. I've appointed a lawyer to represent him. His next hearing will be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. I've set up $500 bond. And then he also has a fugitive of justice warrant from the state of California. They want him back. Because I can't go through the fugitive of justice information, and given that he has these current charges here, I am going to indicate that he is not going to waive his right. I'm going to set a bond for him at $25,000. He will have another hearing. His next hearing here will be on June 29th at 1:30 for a fugitive of justice initial court hearing. Okay. Not bad for starting late and a long
Rise.
Oh, who do we have watching today? Who do we have watching today? I'll be seated. Sorry.
I think they're visitors, they're just, on the courthouse.
Okay, say it again.
They were doing a visit to the jail, they're just, on courtrooms.
They're visiting?
Yeah.
From? Do we know?
The speaker on it. I think they're from the Superior Court. Like Granville was right. Okay. Okay. No, good. They're in charge from Judicial Superior Court.
Oh, okay. All right, are we on the record? Yes. Okay. All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar. I'm going to call you in individually. You'll state your name and date of birth. I will tell you what you've been booked on and whether an attorney has been appointed to represent you. I'm also going to give you the date of your next court appearance. I will let you know whether you're eligible for a bond or not. Now, if it's a secured bond, that means you can go through a bonding company. Phone numbers for the various bonding companies are located in the telephone area in the jail area. You can call any one of them except collect calls. If it's a cash bond, then you have to pay the entire amount of the bond. I'll also tell you if I've set any release conditions, like no contact with the alleged victim or no going back to the alleged scene of the crime. You need to follow each and every condition if you want to remain released. Let me remind you, if you've been ordered by a court not to have contact with the victim and then you do so, you may be charged with an additional crime. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether you're eligible for a bond or not. That decision is based on your past criminal history, any failures to appear, Arizona law, and your current charges. It is not based on personal information, so don't go into that. Now, when you come in the courtroom, please be aware this is all being video recorded. So do not talk about the facts of your case, as you have the right to remain silent. As you leave the courtroom, court staff's going to hand you your paperwork. You'll see your charges, whether you were appointed an attorney, where, when, what time your next court date is, whether you're eligible for a bond or not, and then it'll have a list of all your release conditions. And finally, for the record, that the court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month, June 2026, shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I'm also going to read the victim's rights advisement. If you are a victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with the written statements of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Cheryl Cloudfelter, come on in to the courtroom, and Jeremy Fontes to the chair outside the courtroom. Okay, state your name and date of birth.
Cheryl Cloudfelter, 6/28/76.
You have a Superior Court new case alleging 1 count of burglary in the 2nd degree, Class 3 felony, 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree, Class 4 felony, 1 count of criminal damage, 1 count of criminal trespass in the 1st degree of a residential yard. Those are both Class 1 misdemeanors. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing is going to be a status conference, June 22nd at 8:30. I've set a $1,000 bond. You cannot return to the alleged scene of the crime, no contact with any of the victims. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, get your paperwork from the court staff. Right there. Jeremy, come on in, and then Waylon Begay to the chair outside the courtroom. State your name and date of birth.
Jeremy Fontes, 9/21/82.
You have a municipal court new case out of Peoria alleging one count of criminal damage and one count of disorderly conduct. Those are both class 1 misdemeanors. You will have a lawyer appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be an arraignment July 6th at 9 a.m. And I am going to release you on your promise to go to court, no contact with the alleged victim, no email, no texting, no social media, no calling somebody else to contact the victim, no letters, no contact whatsoever. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
And if there is any order of protection served on you, you must obey that, and no possession of any weapons.
Okay.
Okay, get your paperwork from the court staff.
All right. Thank you.
Waylon, come on in. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Waylon Begay, 9/12/95.
Okay, you have a municipal court new case out of Peoria alleging one count of an assault, 2 counts of disorderly conduct. Those are all class 1 misdemeanors. You will have a lawyer appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be an arraignment July 6th at 9 a.m. And I am going to release you on your own promise to go to court. No returning to the alleged scene of the crime, and absolutely no contact with the alleged victim. No email, no texting, no social media, no calling somebody else to contact the victim. And if there's any kind of order of protection, you must obey by that. Got it?
Yes.
Now, do you have personal belongings at that residence?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, in this order, it's going to say that you have a right to have a civil standby. Now, what that means is when you get released today,
Okay.
you can call law enforcement in that area in Peoria and say you have an order for a civil standby. It's going to be in here.
Okay.
The police will meet you there. They will let you get your personal belongings, and then you have to leave. That can only happen one time. So
Okay.
don't forget anything.
Gotcha.
Okay? Any questions?
No.
Okay. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Do we have any questions over there? I don't know if they can hear me. Anybody have a question? You got a short calendar. You should have been here at 8 a.m. when we had like 34. But that's okay. All right. Well, good luck.